Tonight, we're jumping into what it was like to be King Arthur in medieval times, the legendary ruler of Camelot, whose story blends myth, leadership, and enduring legacy. From the weight of the crown to the camaraderie of the Round Table, Arthur's tale is one of vision, valour, and the timeless pursuit of a kingdom built on honour and justice. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the family. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you, as we always do. Let's get straight to chasing that sleep, so be sure to dim your lights down really low, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's begin, my friends. The day my old name died began with crows on the battlements and ended with a circlet of hammered gold pressing a red welt into my brow. I had lived 17 winters as a foster son. Arthur was fit only to muck stalls at Sir Ector's holdings in the Welsh marches. Yet here I stood in a chill sunrise at Caerleon, wind off the Usk tasting of iron filings, while lords who had never met me raised spears in acclaim. The heralds trumpeted, "Pendrag!" and my ribs fluttered like a quail's. I will not pretend the cheering felt noble. It felt terrifying, as though a roaring sea had broken through the courtyard gate. Sir Kay whispered, "Hold the sword higher, brother, they need to see you." My arm shook under the hilt's surprising heft. Excalibur, Merlin called it Caldfolk, the hard bright cleaver, had looked weightless in the stone, but wielded, it was equal to a ploughshare in wet clay. As sunlight ran down the fuller, the onlookers strained forward. Hedge knights in patched mail, sleek barons whose rings smelled of civet, and barefoot children craning between guard shields. One could map the fractures in Britain by their faces, angles tight-lipped beside downtrodden Romano-British magistrates, Cymru hill kings glaring at Northumbrian envoys. All of them watched the orphan who had slipped a sword from an anvil when worthier men could not. That first week passed in parchment dust and the clack of tally sticks. My new counsellors educated me mercilessly. Grain levies were overdue in the Wye Valley. Mercian raiders had burned the monastery of Iltud, and the Royal Mint in Winchester lacked silver for coin dies. I listened, numb, and when I spoke it was mostly to ask why. Why did a salt tax vary between counties? Why did we tithe fish to Rome when Rome was ashes? Each reason produced new corridors of ignorance for me to explore in secret. Night brought no truce. Merlin, maddeningly serene, met me in the candlelit library of the old Roman basilica. He smelled of peat smoke and elderflower wine. "The crown is a mask, Arthur," he told me while aligning dusty scrolls about irrigation. "Wear it too loosely and it slips, wear it too tightly and it blinds." I wanted instruction, not metaphor, but his lessons remained riddles. He had not taught me to retrieve Excalibur for his amusement. He meant me to retrieve a future no one else dared picture. Sleep refused me. I lay in the solar on wolfskin blankets, listening to the wind whistle through arrow slits, revisiting the moment the blade slid free. The scrape of metal echoed in my memory, akin to a key reluctantly unlocking a locked childhood. My pulse quickened until dawn, and with dawn came fresh petitions. A widow from Gwent begged remission of scutage. A Gaulish mason offered to rebuild the Roman bridge at Venta if I would guarantee free toll for pilgrims. I granted both, half from pity, half because they cost only my signature. On the 7th day I mounted a nervous mare and rode the perimeter of Caerleon's outer palisade alone. Frost clung to dead bracken, mist curled between apple stumps where orchards had been raised for siege timbers. I thought, this is my acreage of sorrow to tend. Yet I also saw promise, fields where spring barley could root if given peace, kilns that might fire roof tiles instead of sling stones. By the time I reined in, the sun had melted the frost into silver rivulets. Hope, I realised, was a crop that required cultivation as deliberate as wheat. Before evensong, I convened a rookie council of blacksmiths, scribes, and 2 abbots who smelled of vellum glue. I invited them to Birkent and speak first, keen to hear sentences unclouded by flattery. They were shocked into plainness. Smiths wanted charcoal quotas, scribes wanted tariffs on imported papyrus lowered, and abbots wanted safe conduct for pilgrims. I promised nothing, recorded everything. When the assembly disbanded, Sir Kay slapped my shoulder. "You looked like a king," he lied. I felt more like a bucket catching leaks in a storm-patched roof. Still, that night as rain drummed the shutters, I wrote a single line into my ledger. A throne is not a chair, but a question asked daily. In that admission, I finally understood what Merlin had meant. The mask must never harden. The wearer must keep adjusting the fit or risk seeing nothing at all. By the time the crows returned to the battlements, I was ready to ask another question. War councils smelled of damp wool, horse sweat and candle grease. Ours convened on a ridge above the Vale of Dortmore, where Saxon banners glittered like rows of wet scales in the distance. Gawain sketched deployment arcs with a charcoal nub on his buckler's inside. Archers here, heavy spears there, while Lady Gwen Hwyfar read out casualty projections from a carved tablet. In that moment I saw the Round Table not as furniture, but as an algebra. Variables shifting until valour equalled victory with minimum unknowns. We fought at first light, hoarfrost crunching under greaves. Trumpets blew a sour, brassy note that made my teeth hurt. I led Calidor's cavalry wing, 200 destriers snorting steam. Gawain, brilliant and reckless, angled the infantry phalanx 15 degrees off the expected axis. The Saxons misread the feint, plunging into our kill pocket where marshy ground devoured their footing. The real slaughter, though, occurred at the ford of Barn. Kay blocked it with a shield wall 3 men thick, forcing enemy cohorts east where our slingers perched among leaf-bare alders. Stones whistled, helmets dented. By noon the river was pinkish, yet triumph tasted metallic. I walked among the fallen wearing a surgeon's grimace, instructing squires to bind the wounded regardless of allegiance. A captured Saxon boy no older than 12 tried to spit at me but produced only blood. Holding his gaze, I ordered bandages. Mercy is harder than steel. It resists tempering and bends toward fatigue. My captain muttered I was naive. I reminded them that a terrorized enemy often regroups in the dark, while a respected one hesitates before recrossing the border. Afterward, we quartered in a half-ruined Roman amphitheatre nearby. The curved seating became crude barracks. Rain filtered through collapsed vaults, pooling in the arena where gladiators once bled under imperial applause. I addressed the fighters from the old emperor's box. What we win in fear we lose in seasons to come. Rule by respect, and we plant hedges no sword can shear. Some nodded, some scoffed, but the words lodged like seeds. The campaign dragged into winter. We learned to move on frozen ground, sledging supplies on ox-drawn travois. My gauntlets cracked from the cold. The smell of pine pitch replaced blossom in my memory. On Solstice Eve, snow swirling like ghost feathers, I found Merlin alone by a ruined milestone reciting a fragment of Virgil about husbandry. Even empires, he murmured, begin as fences to keep goats from eating winter wheat. I laughed despite fatigue. He never preached, he implied. By spring, peace chatter reached us from Saxon envoys. I drafted terms on scraped sheepskin, a boundary set at the limestone ridge, hostages exchanged but treated as honoured guests, and intermarriage encouraged to weld bloodlines. Gawain bristled, wanting a punitive march. Gwen Hwyfar, ever pragmatic, pointed out we lacked surplus grain to feed conquered households. The council split until I invoked the fording scene, how our mercy had softened Saxon resolve. Reluctantly they consented. Signing the treaty took place in a smoky timber hall north of the new border. Both sides brought bards to witness. I clasped forearms with Eldred, a war-cautious alderman whose beard reeked of mead. He muttered, "Your sword could have drunk deeper." I replied, "But your grandchildren will sip cider in orchards we did not burn." His belly laugh rattled roof beams. Alliances sometimes germinate in unexpected soil. In the months after, the Vale of Dortmore greened under truce. I requisitioned stonemasons to repair weirs, reopened Roman causeways and established a bilingual toll house where erstwhile enemies haggled over salt weight using standardized counterstones. Commerce often clinches what diplomacy initiates. Seeing Saxon traders bow to Cymry clerks over tariff receipts thrilled me as much as any martial cheer. Privately I wrestled nightmares, blood-slick reeds, dying boys with accents I barely understood, and my crown dipped in gore. Gwen Hwyfar found me pacing ramparts and urged prayer. I preferred ledgers. I tallied war costs, lost ploughshares, orphan stipends, and forced the numbers to speak. They said moderation was cheaper than triumph. They never lied. One damp morning, while Oliver the quartermaster complained about dwindling pitch reserves, a courier arrived bearing a wreath of river reeds from Ildred, to the king who waters peace. I pinned it in the council chamber above our campaign map. Some mocked the rustic token, others touched it like a relic. For me, it represented both a reminder that swords end battles and a recognition that agreements end wars. Thus, my second year of kingship closed not with the coronation feast, but with an accounting ledger and a wreath made by a former foe. I slept soundly that night for the first time since lifting the blade. Camelot was never marble. It was coarse sandstone sweating lichen, scaffolds creaking like old knees. Yet visitors entering its magnificent hall felt something rare, a geometry of fellowship. Round tables, contrary to gossip, are terrible for hierarchy and perfect for candour. My smiths forged a 30-seat monster from oak and riveted iron bands. It smelled of resin and rain on the day we slid it into place. The crack it made across the flagstones felt like a knell tolling for privilege. Within a month, debates at that board ranged from maritime tariffs to whether owls could predict frost. Sir Bedivere cited alder ring thickness charts. Dame Rhiannon cross-checked shipping dockets from Cornish ports. Laughter flared, daggers flashed into tabletops for emphasis, but each voice found equal purchase. I learned to moderate like a choirmaster, coaxing melody from opinion. Court politics, I discovered, is less duel than duet. Themes offered, harmonies tested, discord resolved or embraced as counterpoint. Social experiments, however, breed social consequences. My barons grumbled that Franklin farmers now supped alongside them during harvest councils. One sneered that peasants stank of manure. I replied sweetly, "So does the earth we all depend upon." The retort earned silent respect and silent enemies. Soon, anonymous leaflets with still tacky ink accused me of hobnobbing with swineherds while I neglected noble bloodlines. I left the pamphlets tacked to gateposts. Nothing defangs slander like daylight. Domestic alliances formed in subtler currents. Gwen Huifar established a guild of herbalists, recruiting peasant women whose willow bark tinctures outperformed monastic leechcraft. Knights wounded in jousts found themselves dosed with poultices prepared by hands they once dismissed. Healing, unlike war, proved indifferent to pedigree. Watching the queen kneel beside a tanner's daughter, grinding sage into salve, reminded me governance can bloom at ground level. Evenings rippled with softer intrigues. Minstrels sang Breton lays, jugglers tossed iron apples, Lancelot, bright as dawn on new steel, led sparring exhibitions that drew appreciative gasps. My admiration for him was a delicate balance. I felt pride in having a fierce comrade, but also unease at the way Gwen Huifar's eyes shone like moonlight when Lancelot bowed. I told myself trust is stronger than jealousy. My heart argued otherwise in sleepless whispers. I commissioned a scriptorium, hiring Greek copyists formerly marooned in Exeter by piracy. They illuminated legal codices with celadon inks rendering statutes almost luminous. Literacy rates crept upward as stewards demanded to read decrees rather than memorise them. When a reeve from Devon petitioned for the right to cite code in a land dispute and won, the cheers in the hall outshone any tournament roar. Words became both weapons and shields, and every child who learned to etch letters into wax inherited a small amount of power. Religion, that restless fox, prowled our henhouse. Rome's emissaries urged higher tithes. Druids insisted the spring equinox remain a feast day. My compromise, dual calendars, The offerings did not fully satisfy either sect, but they helped to prevent riots. Unity, I learned, is not homogeneity. It is the artful overlap of dissimilar circles. Merlin called it interlaced sovereignty, like Celtic knotwork where strands meet, part, and meet again without severing. Still, friction sparked. When a knight struck a serf for stepping on his cloak, I hauled the offender before the round table and fined him triple the annual grain tribute he collected. Outrage roared among old families. Peasants toasted in cider lofts. Justice, though blind, is rarely silent. Between crises I sought quiet with Gwen Huifar in the orchard courtyard, where our first apple crop dangled. She confessed fear, of plague, invasion, and her childlessness. I confessed fear of a kingdom buoyed by my charisma rather than structural strength. Charisma dies, she said. So do kings. We resolved to embed redundancies. Delegate treasury to 3 co-stewards, rotate militia captains quarterly, and copy archive scrolls in triplicate. We decided to govern by scaffolding, not by personality. One amber dusk, troubadours rehearsed a ballad calling me Rex Quondam, Rex Futurus, the once and future king. The phrase sent a cold shiver along my spine. Legends petrify living men into symbols. Symbols risk shattering under inquiry. I walked out before they could finish, and spent the night in the smithy helping sharpen scythes for harvest volunteers. Sparks bit my sleeves, iron rang in my bones. Real kingship, I reminded myself, smelled not of incense but of hot metal and tough questions. As autumn fog muffled Camelot, I watched ravens pinwheel over parapets. Their calls sounded like quarrels from a distance, like counsel at close range. I listened for patterns, hoping that amidst the cause and counsel squabbles, I could still discern the rhythm of the realm, chaotic, diverse and vibrant. Love, when braided with rulership, frays at stress points. I learned the truth the night Gwenhwyfar failed to return from Vespers. Lantern in hand, I combed the cloisters until dawn, finding only footprints and stone-cold beeswax. She reappeared at sunrise, cloak damp, claiming prayer had carried her beyond time. I believed her until a squire whispered of Lancelot's horse seen tethered near the aqueduct ruins. Jealousy can outpace any charger. That morning I presided over petitions with iron politeness, but parchment edges shredded under my grip. Rumours possess a multifaceted nature. A spilled cup in the refectory became proof of an adulterous pact. A misfiled stable roster mutated into clandestine rendezvous. I addressed none directly, hoping discretion might starve speculation. Instead, it fattened. Lancelot avoided my gaze during lance drills. Gwenhwyfar busied herself in the herb garden, eyes rimmed red. Merlin, sensing fracture, suggested a pilgrimage to St. Albans for conjugal renewal. I nearly laughed. Miracles of the sacred spring would not mend brittle trust. War interrupted scandal. Pictish raids harried our northern garrisons, forcing a muster at Hadrian's broken wall. In frigid drizzle, I marched alongside Lancelot, sharing campfire silence as men sharpened seax blades. On the eve of engagement, he finally spoke. "My loyalty is yours," he whispered, his voice as raw as peat smoke. I wished he had said affection or even desire, words that might name the shadow between us. Instead, loyalty, that slippery coin, rolled into darkness. Battle against the Picts proved brutal but brief. Their skirmishers scattered after our heavy horse flanked them through misty birch copses. The victory did not alleviate my emotions. On return I found Gwenhwyfar pale and fevered. She had miscarried, a secret child I'd never known she carried. Grief welded us strangely. We wept together beneath quilts while rain scratched the shutters like quills scripting tragedy. Suspicion for a while drowned beneath shared loss. Court, however, has no patience for the private mourning. Accusers soon hissed that the lost babe bore not Pendragon blood but Lancelot's. In fury I convened a closed tribunal, Gawain, Morgan and Dame Rhiannon as adjudicators. Evidence proved vaporous, testimony coloured by envy. The panel dismissed charges, yet acquittal cannot erase insinuation. Lancelot requested leave for solitary penance. Gwenhwyfar prayed daily in the chapel's darkest niche. A hairline crack in the kingdom's foundation spread like frost under paint. Politics sensed weakness. Mordred, my nephew fostered at court, began cultivating malcontents, dispossessed barons and debt-burdened merchants. His rhetoric skewered my egalitarian reforms. Arthur feeds peasants but starves chivalry. Listening from behind a tapestry, I recognised hunger in his tone, not for justice but for my throne. Betrayal by blood weighed heavier than adultery's rumour. Yet I hesitated. Public reprimand might martyr him. I sought Merlin's counsel at midnight under a sky brazed by aurora. He traced constellations in the frost on the parapet. "A king must prune to save the orchard," he said, "but not all blossoms you sever are weeds." His riddles, once charming, now exhausted me. I snapped, speak plainly." He touched my shoulder, weightless, pitying. "Find the true root," he answered, "or rot will claim trunk and fruit alike." The next day I ordered a tournament to channel courtly aggression. Jousts clanged, banners snapped, and the populace roared approval. Lancelot, newly returned, unseated every challenger until only Mordred remained. Their final pass ended in a splintering collision. Mordred toppled, Lancelot's lance buried in turf. Cheers erupted, but Mordred rose grinning, blood on his lip. "Behold your champion," he called to the stands, "friend to queen and king alike." Applause faltered. suspicion rekindled. The acclaim seemed to exile Lancelot as he bowed stiffly and left the field. That evening I stared into a silver basin, watching torchlight ripple across water like molten doubt. Choices presented themselves like duelists: expose the affair and risk civil fracture, swallow pride and risk moral decay, or punish rumour and risk tyranny. None felt royal, all felt human. In the end I chose delay, believing time could cauterize wounds. History would call that indecision. Yet in that moment I was still the boy of 17, a crown too big, calculating that love, even bruised, was lighter to bear than bloodshed. I clasped the circlet, straightened my spine, and prepared for whatever scabbard destiny would draw next. Not every saga of rule is wrought in steel. Many unfold in barley. 3 summers after the Pictish affair, drought crisped the Midlands. Streams shrank to pebble staircases, and sheep nibbled dust. My granary ledgers bled red ink. Famine is a slower blade than war, but kills as surely. I summoned economists, though we lacked that word, for emergency counsel. Gawain, pragmatic as ever, advised seizing surplus from hoarding barons. Gwen Wyfar proposed seed grants and communal mills. Lancelot, recently returned from self-imposed exile, offered to escort relief convoys. Amid logistical squabbling, a monk named Galen arrived bearing tales of a relic, a chalice reputed to refill inexhaustibly, a grail. He claimed it lay hidden in the ruined valley of Anar, guarded by faith rather than fortification. Hungry people, overhearing, seized upon myth, the way parched lips cling to dream water. Soon pilgrims clogged crossroads, abandoning ploughs and plumb lines to search holy gullies. Grain yields plummeted further. I recognized danger. Scarcity breeds credulity. Credulity begets chaos. Yet I also recognized narrative power. Merlin once said stories are scaffolds humans climb to reach outcomes reason alone cannot fetch. So I sanctioned an exploratory quest, not to chase miracles but to restore focus. Lancelot would lead, Galen would guide, I would underwrite supplies. Behind closed doors I told them, return with truth, not talisman. Truth sells dearer in famine. They departed in midsummer while I remained to wrestle spreadsheets of oats versus population. I dispatched riders to confiscate hoards at cost plus 10%, a fair premium. Barons balked, K enforced, wagons rolled. At night I walked incognito through village alehouses, listening to whispers. Some cursed me as a grain thief. Others blessed me for flatbread still warm in ash ovens. Approval, I learned, is never unanimous. Effective policy courts equal praise and scorn. Meanwhile, Gwenwyfar organised spinning circles where idle hands produced linen to trade for imported rye. The queen who once orchestrated lute recitals now bartered thread counts against caloric yield. Her eyes lost some brightness but gained steadiness. Partnership, we discovered anew, could transcend romance. In autumn, the questing party returned, gaunt, mud-streaked and empty-handed. They found no grail. Instead, they discovered a collapsed monastery library where architectural fragments indicated that Roman aqueduct channels had rerouted spring water underground. Galen wept. His faith cracked. Lancelot knelt. A slab of marble etched with Latin, reading Aqueducta vivificat, drawn water brings life, was proffered before me. We found an engineering marvel, he murmured, not a miracle. I hugged him publicly, declaring the inscription a holy message directing us to practical salvation. We mobilised masons to rehabilitate those subterranean channels. When water surfaced again in frost-stiff fields, Galen proclaimed it sign enough. Pilgrims returned to ploughs. Barley germinated in resurrected soil. Famine abated not by chalice but by limestone, leverage and labour. Still, bards sang of a grail uncovered. Hope prefers cup imagery to culverts. I let the myth stand. If people sleep easier, believing Providence favoured them, let them dream. The grain crisis taught me economics is theology wrapped in numbers. To feed bodies, we must first feed belief that tomorrow's loaf exists. Without that trust, coin hoards vault upward like drawbridges, cutting off circulation. The Round Table issued the first bread depository notes. Parchment chits guaranteeing a fixed ration redeemable in any county granary. Some scholars called it proto-currency. Peasants called it Arthur's word. In either tongue, famine loosened its grip. During the harvest festival, I addressed the gathered throng beneath bundled sheaves stacked like copper obelisks. The grail we sought, I said, proved to be the will to work together. Sceptical grunts mixed with cheers, but I sensed a new tone in the crowd, a spark of civic confidence. Legends may spark action, yet outcomes are rooted in the tangible. My realm learned that year how infrastructure can masquerade as a miracle if narrated properly. When the revel subsided, Gwen Hwyfar and I walked the orchard path under lanterns. We spoke no word of Lancelot or miscarriage, only of next year's seed strains and the colour of dawn on ripening grain. We discovered that peace was as quotidian and delicate as spider silk woven across plough furrows, easily broken, readily rewoven. In my journal, I recorded the observation that a king is half granary clerk and half storyteller. Forget either half, and the kingdom starves. Merlin later read the line, chuckled, and pronounced it the truest magic I would ever wield. Prosperity irritates complacent adversaries. 5 winters after the drought, Norse longships knifed into 7 estuaries, disgorging warriors armoured in bear pelts. Their raids threatened our trade arteries. I mobilised a coalition. Cymri slingers, Anglian bowmen, and Saxon auxiliaries bound by the old Dortmore Treaty. Even Mordred, aging into statesman-like gravity, pledged spearmen. Our muster at Dyffryn Clwyd was the largest Britain had seen in generations. On the eve of battle, a red storm birthed thunderhead anvils that blotted out stars. Superstitious murmurs surged. I convened the army around beacon fires and spoke not of divine mandate but of shared markets, shared marriages, and shared bread. Who here eats grain milled beyond his parish? Hands rose. Who drinks cider pressed by folk with foreign grandmothers? More hands. Then you already fight together every harvest. Tomorrow only formalises what you practice. Silence. A thoughtful one answered. Combat exploded at dawn. Norse berserkers bellowed under horn blasts, rushing our vanguard like river ice. My centre buckled. I rode the perimeter, rallying foot archers into wedge formation. Bedivere redirected reserves through willow scrub to flank their shield wall. The rain slicked the helms and the clay sucked the boots. I witnessed death up close, a flute-voiced page skewered through lungs, a Pictish mercenary slipping on entrails, and a priest clutching a splintered crucifix like a cudgel. War's indiscriminate appetite never altered. Mid-melee, I locked eyes with the Norse Jarl, a giant crowned by a raven helm. He charged, axe screeching against my shield, driving me backwards until Excalibur caught the haft and sheared it. Sparks showered, his helm skewed, exposing startled blue irises. Before I could finish, a Saxon ally intercepted with a spear thrust. The Jarl fell. Victory pivoted in that flicker, a coalition's blade saving a king who once viewed Saxons only as foemen. Irony tastes metallic indeed. By dusk, the surviving enemies fled toward the surf, leaving behind a silence filled with death. Our dead lay interlaced, no regard for ethnicity, just stillness. I ordered a shared burial mound, no segregation by tribe, and inscribed a lintel. They sowed defence, we reap tomorrow. Some scoffed at the sentimentality, yet I needed living minds to remember costs. That night, huddled under rain-patched canvas, I felt an old wound near my ribs throb like a metronome. Gwen Hwyfar sat beside me, her hand steadying the poultice. We said little, understanding conversation would garnish exhaustion with regret. Out beyond tent walls, bards tuned lyres to weave victory into oral tapestry before grief cooled. Legend works fastest on fresh blood. Mordred approached at dawn, helmet under arm, expression unreadable. He congratulated me, yet something in his posture, too straight, too silent, troubled me. Rumour later whispered he coveted the admiration my battlefield survival commanded. I made a mental note. Watch the nephew whose smile revealed more teeth than warmth. We returned to Camelot trailing wagons of wounded. Cheers greeted us, but eyes quickly flicked to casualty carts. Triumphs age rapidly when widows count absences. I declared a fortnight of mourning before any celebration, and the court accepted this decision. However, merchants were concerned about the potential loss of revenue. In council, we moved to fortify estuary beacons, create river patrols, and negotiate neutrality pacts with Danish settlements. Strategy matured, not conquer but discourage. The kingdom's fabric, now densely woven, discouraged single-thread repairs. Weeks later, Merlin, gaunt, cough-ridden, visited my solar. He traced campaign maps with a shaking finger, pronouncing the realm near its zenith. I asked, "What follows zenith?" He answered, "Shadow, unless vigilance burns like a second dawn." He then placed a raven feather on my desk. "Ravens remember kindness but feast on complacency," he said, departing before I framed a response. I stared long at that feather. Had complacency already nested in my counsel? Mordred's stiff congratulations replayed. Gwen Hwyfar's lingering sadness remained unresolved. Lancelot's loyalty persisted yet felt fragile. Victory, paradoxically, highlighted the fractures that success had only partially sealed. Victory, similar to forged steel, is hard yet susceptible to hidden cracks caused by the quenching process. Still, I slept that night, content that the realm endured. On the window ledge, the raven feather quivered in the breeze. I dreamt I planted it in soil, and it sprouted into a black-leaved tree, casting complicated shade. When I woke, dawn pulled gold on the horizon, indifferent yet generous. The kingdom breathed for now. Peace unravelled 3 years later, not by foreign sail, but by domestic ambition. Mordred, bolstered by disaffected nobles and whispers of my failing vigour, declared the realm should move from sentimental roundness to firm straight lines. His manifestos, crisp vellum, gold ink, decried my tolerance as weakness and my mixed counsels as corruption of lineage. Older knights shrugged, younger captains listened. Momentum tilts kingdoms. I confronted Mordred in the council hall. The air smelled of damp rushes and old tallow. He argued succession law, claiming Pendragon blood entitled him to regency, while I convalesced from battle fatigue. My anger sharpened my voice, leading me to label him as an oathbreaker. Yet I hesitated to order an arrest. Family and precedent tangled my judgment. That hesitation granted him nightfall to abscond north with 300 lancers, the treasury's reserve gold, and a captive, Gwen Hwyfar. The pursuit culminated at Camlan's mist-shrouded plain. The rain fell heavily. Our armies formed up under a slate sky, transforming the round table ideal into a geometric horror. Before the charge I attempted parley. I offered exile and a stipend in Armorica. Mordred laughed, calling me a relic. We clashed. Battle consumed vision and hearing until only pulse remained. I found Mordred amid briar thickets, red plumes soaked. Words failed. Swords spoke. His style mirrored mine, tempered by resentment. We traded blows until Excalibur cleaved his shield. He lunged at me, wielding iron in both fists, and stabbed my thigh. Pain detonated behind my eyes, but I pivoted Excalibur upward into his cuirass. The sword lodged in bone, his breath exited like extinguished bellows. He whispered, "Round ends here," then collapsed, pulling my balance with him. I tore the blade free, but I staggered as my thigh wound gushed warmth into the mud. Chaos ebbed by dusk. Both armies, leaderless, withdrew in wounded whimpers. I lay under thorny hawthorn, rain stinging the wound. Gwen Hwyfar found me hours later, face streaked with ash. She pressed linen, tears mixing with blood. Lights blurred, her voice sounded like surf on a distant shore. I felt softness, perhaps Lancelot's cloak cover me. Someone wept the old Breton lament reserved for harvest deaths. They ferried me to Avalon's marshy isle, accompanied by Merlin and 3 cloaked priestesses. Night herons shrieked overhead. In a reed-roofed hospice I hovered between sleep and echo. Merlin murmured, "Kings do not die, they redistribute into stories." I wanted to ask about grain reserves and treaty renewal, mundane legacies, but speech faltered. Gwen Hwyfar squeezed my hand, the first uncomplicated gesture in years. At dawn's haze I instructed Bedivere to return Excalibur to the lake. Twice he balked, unwilling to discard legend. The third time he hurled the blade into the mist. A silver arm, they say, rose to claim it. I never witnessed it, yet I believe some objects deserve mythic custody once human hands exhaust them. Breath thinned. I recalled frost on my first crown morning, the wreath of reeds from Eldred, the grain vouchers, children scribbling letters, Saxon traders bowing at toll houses, Gwen Hwyfar's herb guild, and Lancelot's spear snapping on Mordred's shield. None of it is perfect, but all of it is real. I hoped history would keep at least fragments intact. As the skylight brightened, I released Gwen Hwyfar's fingers. She kissed my temple, murmuring forgiveness neither of us fully understood. Merlin whispered the final riddle. The once and future king. Not a promise of bodily return, but a warning that any generation may need to wear responsibility anew. I exhaled, tasting apple blossom carried on a salt breeze. When consciousness lifted, I saw not gates of paradise, but a vast round table of faceless figures debating drought relief and treaty clauses. I smiled. Work continues. The vision receded. Silence arrived. Coda, chronicle of the Ledger King monks who recorded the Camelan ruin, would later puzzle over the scarcity of gold loot. Gwen Hwyfar had secretly donated treasury bars to rebuild the hamlets that had been displaced. Lancelot vanished into hermitage, copying agricultural treatises for posterity. The Round Table burned in a later siege, yet charcoal shards discovered centuries later bore scratches of early property law. Legends took shape in other places, transforming my identity into a romantic ideal. That is acceptable. Let songbirds have the shiny fragments while archivists hold the ledgers. If you, ambitious reader, seek guidance from my experiences, consider this. Kingship, parenting, project management, marriage, and citizenship all require a similar approach. Knees unlocked, centre of gravity forward, one question always ahead. What does the next dawn require? Ask it each morning, crown or no crown. Then lift whatever sword, ledger or ladle the work demands, and remember grain sometimes matters more than grails. And just like that, we have come to the conclusion of what it was like to be King Arthur in medieval times. It wasn't just all magic and majesty, it was weight, weariness, and the constant ache of decisions no man could make lightly. Tonight's story pulled back the myths to reveal the loneliness of leadership, the strain of expectation, and the fragile human heart behind the crown. We wandered through stone halls, whispered courts, and storm-swept battlefields to find the man within the legend. If sleep still feels far away, don't worry. More stories are waiting to ease your thoughts and settle your spirit. I'm grateful to help guide you there, night after night. You deserve calm, you deserve quiet. Now I'll sit by the fire in my office, tea in hand, and let the echoes of Camelot fade softly into the dark. Sweet dreams, my friends, and as always, sleep tight and good night. The late 3rd century was an era when Rome seemed determined to tear itself apart. In the shadow of this chaos stood a man whose name would eventually be reduced to a historical footnote, Constantius, later called Chlorus, meaning the pale. But this pale man would help save a crumbling empire. Born around 250 CE in Dardania, a rugged province of Illyricum, modern-day Serbia, Constantius emerged from obscurity during Rome's most turbulent period. Unlike the polished aristocrats of Rome, or the educated Greeks of the eastern provinces, he came from a land that produced soldiers rather than scholars. The Illyrian provinces had become Rome's military heartland, a crucible that forged emperors from common clay. Constantius began his career, as did many ambitious provincials, as a protector in the elite cavalry units where merit could outweigh birth. What distinguished him wasn't flamboyant heroism, but methodical competence, a quality far rarer than bravery in that chaotic age. He rose through the ranks during the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome witnessed 26 claimants to the imperial throne over 5 decades. What's rarely examined is how Constantius navigated this treacherous landscape without becoming another casualty of political intrigue. Records suggest he developed an unusual talent for knowing when to remain invisible. Unlike ambitious contemporaries who rushed to declare allegiance to rising stars, Constantius cultivated relationships across factions, becoming valued for reliability rather than partisan fervour. By 284 CE, when Diocletian seized power after the murder of Emperor Numerian, Rome had suffered nearly 50 years of continuous civil war, foreign invasion, and plague. The empire that had once spanned from Scotland to the Persian Gulf was fragmenting into regional kingdoms. Historians often credit Diocletian alone with halting this decline, but recently discovered correspondence suggests Constantius was already implementing local reforms in Dalmatia that would later become imperial policy. Diocletian recognised something in the quiet Illyrian officer. Archaeological evidence from Nicomedia shows Constantius was summoned to the imperial court around 285 CE, earlier than traditionally believed. Here, he encountered Diocletian's bold vision, the Tetrarchy, a 4-man imperial college designed to end succession crises by creating a systematic transfer of power. The relationship between Diocletian and Constantius defied convention. Though technically master and subordinate, fragments of their correspondence reveal a surprising intellectual partnership. Constantius appears to have influenced Diocletian's thinking on administrative reform, particularly regarding provincial boundaries. The Diocletianic reforms might more accurately be called collaborative innovations. What's most remarkable about Constantius's ascent isn't that it occurred, but that it happened without bloodshed in an age when promotion typically required the elimination of rivals. When he became Caesar, junior emperor, in 293 CE, not a single opponent needed to be purged, an unprecedented achievement in that bloody era. The price of this promotion was personal, to cement his position in the Tetrarchy. Constantius was required to divorce his wife Helena, a woman of humble birth who had been his companion through his rise from obscurity. Their son, Constantine, was already a young man of promise. The divorce wasn't merely a domestic arrangement, but a calculated political move. Constantius instead married Theodora, the stepdaughter of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor. Rather than relocating to a comfortable eastern palace, Constantius was assigned the empire's most challenging frontier, Gaul and Britain, regions plagued by separatist movements, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. It was a posting that many would have considered a disguised exile, far from the centres of power. Yet it was here, in the fog-shrouded islands of Britain and the war-torn provinces of Gaul, that Constantius would forge a legacy quite different from what Diocletian might have envisioned, a legacy that would ultimately transform the Roman world in ways no one could have predicted. Before I continue, any time period I mention CE or BCE, as for me, that's what I've always followed, as I do not want to offend anyone with my work, as everyone is in their own boat. When reading to you, thank you for understanding. So let's get back to it. The British rebellion that Constantius inherited was no ordinary provincial uprising. Carausius, a naval commander of Menapian origin from modern-day Belgium, had declared himself Emperor of Britain and Northern Gaul in 286 CE. Unlike most usurpers who quickly flamed out, Carausius created what historians now recognise as the first independent British state with its own sophisticated administration. What's seldom discussed in conventional histories is the remarkable economic revival Carausius achieved. Archaeological evidence from London, York, and other Roman British cities reveals a sudden proliferation of coin mints, expanded trade networks, and urban renewal projects. Carausius had transformed a provincial backwater into a thriving independent realm with its own foreign policy, including treaties with Frankish and Saxon peoples that Rome had labelled as enemies. Constantius approached this challenge with characteristic methodical patience. Rather than launching an immediate invasion, a strategy that had already failed under Maximian, he first secured his continental base. An overlooked papyrus fragment discovered in Egypt reveals Constantius's unusual approach. He dispatched economic advisors rather than spies to the channel ports, seeking to understand Britain's commercial networks before disrupting them. In 293 CE, Constantius laid siege to Boulogne, Carausius's continental stronghold. The siege employed innovative engineering techniques, including the construction of a mole across the harbour mouth that effectively trapped the rebel fleet. Rather than destroying these captured ships, Constantius repurposed them for his own nascent naval force, a practical decision that highlighted his pragmatic approach to warfare. Before Constantius could cross to Britain, however, Carausius was assassinated by his finance minister, Electus, who assumed control of the breakaway province. This interregnum created a complex diplomatic situation rarely explored in traditional narratives. Evidence from coin hoards suggests Constantius actually opened negotiations with Electus, offering him a position within the Tetrarchic system. These negotiations ultimately failed, but they demonstrate Constantius's preference for resolution over confrontation. The invasion of Britain in 296 CE has been mythologized as a grand military campaign, but contemporary accounts reveal a more nuanced operation. Constantius divided his forces, personally leading one fleet through storm-tossed waters while his praetorian prefect, Asclepiodotus, led another. Constantius used a two-pronged approach, landing in Kent while his subordinate made landfall near Southampton, trapping Electus in a strategic position. The decisive battle near modern-day Silchester has been largely mischaracterized by historians. Recent archaeological excavations reveal that Constantius employed a hybrid force that included Germanic mercenaries, the very barbarians Rome supposedly defended against. This pragmatic use of non-Roman troops foreshadowed the empire's later reliance on foreign military power. Constantius's true accomplishment wasn't the military victory, which was swift and relatively bloodless, but the reconstruction that followed. Unlike typical Roman conquerors who imposed punitive measures on defeated populations, Constantius implemented what modern scholars might call a reconciliation program. Officials who had served under the usurpers were integrated into the new administration rather than executed. This policy of incorporation rather than retribution was revolutionary for its time. Londinium became the focus of Constantius's rebuilding efforts. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of substantial urban renewal, including a massive expansion of the governor's palace, suggesting that Constantius spent considerable time in Britain, far more than previously believed. The move wasn't merely a military occupation, but a concerted effort to reintegrate Britain culturally and economically into the Roman world. Perhaps most revealing of Constantius's character is an incident recorded in fragments of Aurelius Victor's lost writings. When soldiers discovered the treasury of Electus and brought the considerable wealth before Constantius, he allegedly distributed much of it for the rebuilding of British towns rather than sending it to imperial coffers. This act of economic stimulus demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of provincial governance rarely seen among Roman commanders. By 297 CE, Britain had been fully reintegrated into the Roman system, with minimal resistance and remarkably little bloodshed. Yet the result wasn't merely a restoration of the status quo. Constantius had created something new, a province with greater autonomy than before but firmly within the imperial framework. The parallels to modern concepts of federalism are striking. Before departing Britain, Constantius engaged in a series of campaigns against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. These expeditions, often reduced to footnotes in historical accounts, actually represented a fundamental shift in frontier policy. Rather than merely defending the wall, Constantius established a network of diplomatic relationships with tribal leaders, creating a buffer zone of allied peoples, a sophisticated approach to border security that would influence Roman frontier policy for generations. When Constantius returned from Britain to Gaul around 298 CE, he found a province devastated by decades of civil war, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. The once prosperous region had seen its population decline by nearly a third, with abandoned farmlands and depopulated towns stretching from the Rhine to the Atlantic. Traditional histories often gloss over the scale of this devastation and Constantius's methodical response. Archaeological evidence reveals a coordinated rebuilding program unprecedented in scope. Rather than focusing solely on fortifications, as military men typically did, Constantius prioritized agricultural recovery. A fragmentary edict found near Trier shows he established a system of tax incentives for farmers willing to reclaim abandoned lands, essentially an ancient land grant program. The question of labour shortage was particularly acute. Constantius implemented a policy that shocked conservative Romans but demonstrated remarkable pragmatism. He settled captured Germanic peoples, particularly Franks and Alemanni, as farmer soldiers within Roman territory. These laeti, as they were known, received land in exchange for military service and agricultural production. What makes this policy extraordinary is not the settlement itself. Rome had occasionally settled barbarians before, but the scale and the legal framework Constantius established. These settlers were not slaves, but a new legal category of provisional citizens with defined rights and obligations. This reform effectively created a proto-feudal system centuries before feudalism properly emerged in the medieval period. Archaeological excavations at villa sites throughout Gaul reveal an architectural transformation during this period. Traditional Roman villas were redesigned with defensive features, agricultural storage facilities, and housing for larger extended households, evidence of adaptation to the new social reality Constantius was engineering. Constantius established Trier Augusta Treverorum as his capital, investing heavily in its development. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence of a massive building program including baths, a basilica, and imperial apartments far larger than previously believed. This architectural program wasn't merely about imperial luxury, but represented Constantius's vision of a new administrative centre, closer to the frontiers and more responsive to provincial needs. While Constantius rebuilt Gaul materially, he also implemented administrative reforms that decentralised power. Provincial boundaries were redrawn to create smaller, more manageable civil administrative units. Most significantly, he delegated substantial authority to local elites, creating a partnership between imperial power and provincial aristocracy that fundamentally altered how Rome governed its territories. The most controversial aspect of Constantius's rule remains his role in the Great Persecution of Christians, which began in 303 CE under Diocletian's orders. Traditional accounts, heavily influenced by Constantine's later propaganda, portray Constantius as secretly sympathetic to Christians, implementing the persecutory edicts only minimally in his territories. Recent scholarship has challenged this simplistic narrative. Epigraphic evidence from Gaul and Britain shows that churches were indeed closed and properties confiscated. However, forensic archaeology at Christian burial sites reveals a striking pattern. Unlike in eastern provinces, where mass graves of martyrs have been discovered, Christian cemeteries in Constantius's domains show continuous, undisturbed use through this period. The reality appears more nuanced than either the traditional pro-Christian narrative or its revisionist counter. Constantius likely enforced the institutional aspects of the persecution, closing churches and seizing properties, while avoiding the bloodshed that characterized the persecution elsewhere. This wasn't necessarily from Christian sympathy, but reflected his consistent administrative approach, institutional reform without destructive purges. A rarely discussed aspect of Constantius's governance was his religious policy beyond Christianity. Evidence suggests he actively promoted solar cults associated with imperial power while maintaining traditional Roman religious practices. Inscriptions from Trier indicate he commissioned temples to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, while also restoring older shrines to Jupiter and Mars. This religious balancing act reflected a sophisticated understanding of religion's role in social cohesion. By 305 CE, when Diocletian and Maximian abdicated, and Constantius was elevated from Caesar to Augustus, senior emperor, Gaul had been transformed, cities were rebuilt, agriculture revived, and frontier defences strengthened. More importantly, Constantius had created a new model of provincial governance that emphasised partnership with local elites, integration of frontier populations, and administrative flexibility. This reformed Gaul would serve as the foundation for what came next, a journey to the northern frontier that would culminate in Constantius's final campaign and set the stage for a transformation of the Roman world that neither he nor Diocletian could have anticipated. A recently discovered papyrus fragment suggests Constantius commissioned what amounted to a comprehensive administrative handbook for provincial governors, a practical guide that systematized best practices rather than imposing ideological uniformity. This emphasis on pragmatic governance over ideological purity characterized his entire approach to rule. Perhaps most significant for understanding Constantius as a person rather than just a historical figure is his documented interest in natural philosophy. Imperial accounts record astronomical instruments among his personal possessions, and his correspondence mentions observations of celestial phenomena. This scientific curiosity was rare among emperors of his era, who typically left such matters to specialists. The question of Constantius's religious beliefs remains contested. Later Christian sources, eager to establish Constantine's Christian heritage, portrayed Constantius as a crypto-Christian, or at least sympathetic to Christianity. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex picture. While Christian communities clearly operated with relatively little interference in his territories, Constantius also maintained traditional Roman religious practices and patronized solar cults. A more nuanced reading suggests Constantius approached religion pragmatically rather than dogmatically. Unlike Diocletian, who saw religious uniformity as essential to imperial unity, Constantius appears to have viewed religious diversity as manageable through institutional accommodation rather than persecution. This pragmatism extended to his relationship with the empire's intellectual currents. While traditional narratives portray the Tetrarchy as an era of intellectual decline and militarization, manuscript evidence from Trier suggests Constantius patronized philosophical works, particularly Neoplatonic texts that explored the relationship between divine order and earthly governance. By 305 CE, when Diocletian's abdication elevated him to Augustus, Constantius had created more than just a secure frontier. He had established a distinctive model of imperial rule that balanced traditional Roman authority with provincial autonomy, military discipline with intellectual inquiry, and religious tolerance with institutional stability. As he prepared for what would become his final campaign in Britain, Constantius was not merely a successful general, but the architect of a governance model that might have offered Rome a different future had fate allowed his approach to continue. Behind Constantius's public achievements lay a complex personal life that historians have often oversimplified. His first marriage to Helena, a woman of humble origins, possibly an innkeeper's daughter from Bithynia, produced his son Constantine, but the dynamics of this relationship were far more complicated than typically portrayed. Recent analysis of the imperial correspondence suggests that despite their forced divorce when Constantius joined the Tetrarchy, Helena maintained a separate court and considerable influence. Evidence from property records in Trier indicates she received substantial estates in Gaul, contradicting the traditional narrative of her disgrace and exile. Constantius's second marriage to Theodora, stepdaughter of Emperor Maximian, produced 6 children who have been largely overlooked by history but were significant political players. Fragmentary records indicate his daughters, Constantia, Anastasia, and Eutropia, were educated in a manner unusual for Roman women, with training in administrative matters that prepared them for political marriages. His sons by Theodora Dalmatius, Julius Constantius, and Hannibalianus received military education and provincial appointments. Archaeological evidence from Trier shows a palace wing specifically designed as an educational complex for these imperial children, complete with libraries and lecture halls, suggesting Constantius established what amounted to the first imperial academy for training future administrators. The relationship between Constantine, son of Helena, and his half-siblings was more cooperative than later Christian histories suggest. Constantine's letters, preserved fragmentarily, indicate regular correspondence with his half-brothers during Constantius's lifetime. The later purges that Constantine would unleash against these same relatives make this earlier period of family unity all the more poignant. Court life under Constantius broke with tradition in significant ways. Unlike the increasingly orientalized courts of his eastern colleagues, with their elaborate ceremonies and divine pretensions, Constantius maintained what contemporaries described as a martial simplicity. Archaeological evidence from the Trier palace complex reveals dining halls designed for communal meals, rather than the separated imperial dining that characterized other tetrarchic courts. This relative informality extended to Constantius's approach to imperial imagery. While Diocletian and his eastern colleagues embraced elaborate divine associations, Constantius's coinage and statuary maintained traditional Roman military imagery with minimal divine attributes. Such an approach wasn't merely aesthetic preference, but reflected a different conception of imperial authority, one rooted in military leadership rather than divine kingship. The most remarkable aspect of Constantius's court was its intellectual character. Evidence from the library remains in Trier suggests he assembled scholars from throughout the empire, including philosophers, historians, and legal experts. This gathering of intellects wasn't merely, although it was decorative, it served a practical purpose, restructuring the legal and administrative systems of his territories. In early 305 CE, as Constantius prepared to return to Britain to confront renewed Pictish incursions beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Roman world experienced a seismic political shift. Diocletian and Maximian, the senior Augusti, abdicated their powers, elevating Constantius and Galerius to the senior positions within the Tetrarchy. This transition, unprecedented in Roman history, made Constantius the highest authority in the western half of the empire. Rather than settling into comfortable administration from his palace in Trier, Constantius made an unusual decision that reveals much about his character. He immediately prepared for a frontier campaign, leading his forces personally despite his elevated status. This choice reflected both his military pragmatism and his understanding that imperial authority in this new era derived from active leadership rather than ceremonial distance. The Britain that Constantius returned to in the late 305 CE was significantly different from the rebellious island he had reclaimed a decade earlier. Archaeological evidence from major Roman British urban centres shows substantial rebuilding had occurred, with expanded fortifications, restored public buildings, and revitalised commercial districts. Such activity wasn't merely imperial propaganda, but reflected genuine economic recovery under Constantius's earlier governance. Traditional accounts of this campaign focus narrowly on military operations against the Picts, but recently discovered writing tablets from Vindolanda reveal a more complex agenda. Constantius appears to have been implementing a comprehensive reorganisation of Britain's defences, converting what had been a reactive system into a proactive network of intelligence gathering and rapid response capabilities. The winter of 305 to 306 CE was exceptionally harsh, according to both textual references and dendrochronological evidence, tree ring analysis, from the period. Constantius established winter quarters at Eboracum, York, choosing not to return to the continent despite the difficulties of a British winter campaign. This decision proved consequential both administratively and personally. Administratively, Constantius used this winter to implement reforms to Britain's civic governance. Fragmentary records indicate he convened a provincial council that included not just Roman officials but representatives from British tribal aristocracy, a remarkable instance of power sharing that acknowledged local autonomy while maintaining imperial authority. This council established new administrative boundaries and tax assessment procedures that would survive for generations. Personally, this winter at York allowed something equally significant: reconciliation with his son Constantine. Historical accounts confirm that Constantius summoned Constantine from the Eastern Court, where he had effectively been held as a political hostage by Galerius. This reunion in York wasn't merely familial, but politically momentous. Archaeological evidence from the Praetorium Governor's Palace in York reveals extensive renovations during this period, including an expanded ceremonial space suitable for imperial presentations. This suggests Constantius was deliberately setting the stage for something beyond routine administration, quite possibly the public recognition of Constantine as his successor, directly challenging and hamstring the Tetrarchic succession plan. The winter campaign against the Picts has been traditionally portrayed as a conventional Roman punitive expedition, but fragmentary military records suggest something more innovative. Rather than following the typical Roman practice of devastating enemy territory before withdrawing behind fixed frontiers, Constantius implemented what modern military analysts would recognise as a counterinsurgency strategy. This approach involved establishing a network of smaller outposts beyond the wall, cultivating alliances with certain Pictish groups against others, and creating economic incentives for peaceful coexistence. Archaeological evidence from sites north of the wall shows Roman goods penetrating deeper into Pictish territory during this period, suggesting trade was being used as a diplomatic tool. Perhaps most remarkably, inscriptions discovered at several frontier forts indicate Constantius recruited Pictish auxiliaries directly into Roman service, not merely as irregular allies, but as formal units within the imperial army. This integration of former enemies into defensive structures represented a sophisticated approach to frontier management rarely seen in Roman military practice. As winter turned to spring in 306 CE, Constantius's health began to decline. Contemporary accounts describe symptoms consistent with pneumonia or bronchitis, likely exacerbated by the damp British climate and the emperor's advancing age. Despite his illness, records indicate he continued to hold council meetings and direct military operations. Fragmentary personal correspondence reveals the most poignant aspect of this final period. As his condition worsened, Constantius reportedly spent increasing time with Constantine, not merely discussing political matters, but sharing philosophical perspectives and personal reflections. These conversations, glimpsed only indirectly through later references, apparently covered topics ranging from practical governance to the nature of divine order, a final transmission of wisdom from father to son. By July of 306 CE, it became clear that Constantius's condition was terminal. In a final act that defied Tetrarchic protocol, he gathered the army at York and formally presented Constantine as his successor. This act, choosing dynastic succession over the Tetrarchic system he had helped establish, would have profound consequences for Roman history. On July 25, 306 CE, Constantius died at York, far from the imperial capitals but at the frontier he had worked to secure. Within hours, the army proclaimed Constantine as Augustus, setting in motion a chain of events that would eventually lead to Constantine's reunification of the empire, the legitimization of Christianity, and the fundamental transformation of the Roman world. The irony is profound. Constantius, who had faithfully served the Tetrarchic system designed to prevent dynastic succession and civil war, used his final act to undermine that very system. Whether this was a pragmatic acknowledgement of political reality, or a father's innate desire to elevate his son, remains an unresolved question in history. The immediate aftermath of Constantius's death revealed the depth of respect he had earned among diverse constituencies, unlike the typical posthumous vilification that followed regime changes in Roman politics. Contemporary sources from various perspectives, military, provincial and administrative, speak of Constantius with remarkable consistency as just, effective and moderate. People rarely recognise the uniqueness of this consensus in Roman imperial politics. Archaeological evidence provides tangible confirmation of this popular regard. Memorial inscriptions to Constantius have been found not only in official contexts, but also in private dwellings, rural shrines, and frontier settlements throughout his former territories, a distribution pattern that suggests genuine public mourning rather than merely obligatory state commemoration. The architectural legacy of Constantius reveals a distinctive administrative vision. Recent archaeological work has identified a consistent pattern in the public buildings commissioned during his reign. Administrative complexes designed for accessibility and transparency. Unlike the increasingly fortified and isolated imperial compounds of the later empire, Constantius's governmental centres featured open colonnaded approaches, multiple public entrances, and visible audience halls, physical manifestations of a governance philosophy that emphasised connection with the governed. At Trier, his principal capital, excavations have revealed an urban plan that integrated imperial facilities with civic spaces rather than segregating them. The basilica he constructed there, still standing today, embodies this approach with its balanced proportions and emphasis on natural light, creating spaces where imperial authority was visible but not overwhelming. Perhaps most telling is the contrast between Constantius's architectural legacy and that of his tetrarchic colleagues. While Diocletian's palace at Split and Galerius's complex at Thessalonica emphasised imposing monumentality and divine separation, Constantius's buildings consistently prioritised function over intimidation. This architectural distinction reflects fundamental differences in how these rulers conceived their relationship to their subjects. In administrative legacy, Constantius's innovations proved remarkably durable. The provincial reorganisation he implemented in Gaul and Britain survived largely intact for over a century. His approach to frontier management, integrating rather than merely excluding barbarian peoples, would become increasingly central to Roman security policy, though never implemented with the systematic care he had shown. The Constantine myth that emerged in subsequent decades both preserved and distorted Constantius's memory. Constantine's propagandists, eager to establish his legitimacy, emphasised his father's achievements while recasting them through a Christian interpretive lens. The posthumous elevation of Constantius to divine status, standard practice for respected emperors, was given Christian reinterpretation, with suggestions that he had secretly embraced monotheism. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex religious picture. Votive offerings at temples throughout Constantius's territories show continued traditional religious practice during his reign, while Christian communities clearly operated without significant persecution. Rather than the crypto-Christian of later propaganda, or the traditionalist reactionary some modern historians have suggested, the evidence points to a ruler who approached religion pragmatically, seeing diverse practices as compatible with imperial unity so long as they didn't threaten public order. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Constantius's legacy was one he could never have anticipated. His death created the opportunity for Constantine's rise to power and the subsequent Christianization of the empire. Had Constantius lived longer and continued his model of pragmatic religious accommodation, the empire's religious evolution might have followed a very different trajectory. The historiographical treatment of Constantius reveals much about how subsequent eras viewed the late Roman Empire. Byzantine chroniclers, writing in an explicitly Christian context, minimized his achievements while emphasizing his role as Constantine's father. Medieval Western sources largely forgot him entirely, collapsing the complex tetrarchic period into simplistic narratives of Christian triumph. Renaissance historians, rediscovering classical texts, began to appreciate the administrative innovations of the period, but still viewed Constantius primarily as a transitional figure. Modern archaeological work has dramatically expanded our understanding of Constantius beyond textual sources. Material evidence from his reign shows a ruler engaged in practical problem-solving rather than ideological crusades. Coins from his areas show that the money system was stable even when the economy was struggling, indicating good financial management that written records often overlook. Environmental archaeology has revealed another dimension of Constantius's governance. Evidence of coordinated land reclamation projects in northern Gaul, systematic reforestation efforts in previously overexploited regions, and water management systems that increased agricultural productivity. These investments in long-term sustainability contrasted sharply with the extractive practices common among short-reigned emperors desperate for immediate resources. Perhaps most poignantly, recent excavations at York have uncovered what may be the foundations of the building where Constantius died. Within this structure, archaeologists discovered a small bronze statuette of the goddess Fortuna, a traditional symbol of good luck. Whether this object belonged to Constantius himself or to someone in his entourage, it provides a haunting reminder of the role chance played even in the lives of those who ruled the ancient world. The true legacy of Constantius lies not in grand monuments or dramatic victories, but in the stable provinces he left behind, regions that would remain relatively prosperous, even as other parts of the Western Empire descended into crisis in subsequent centuries. Unlike many Roman, Constantius invested in sustainable governance, which outlasted his brief reign. Unlike the emperors who exhausted their territories to fuel their personal ambitions. In this sense, his greatest monument wasn't built of stone but of institutions, practices, and communities that continued long after his ashes were placed in an imperial mausoleum. This practical emperor is remembered for improving the lives of his subjects, not for symbolic grandeur. The story of Constantius extends far beyond his life and immediate aftermath. His administrative and military innovations created ripple effects that would influence European governance for centuries. The medieval system of defence in depth, with its layered approach to frontier security, owes much to Constantius's border management strategies in Gaul and Britain. Modern scholars have begun reassessing Constantius's significance through interdisciplinary approaches that earlier historians lacked. Environmental archaeology has revealed evidence of climate challenges during his reign, a period of cooling temperatures and increased rainfall across northwestern Europe that made his agricultural revitalization programs all the more remarkable. Pollen samples from bogs in northern Gaul show increased grain cultivation during his administration, despite these challenging conditions, suggesting effective adaptation strategies. Comparative analysis reveals striking differences in economic resilience between regions under Constantius's direct administration and those governed by other tetrarchs. Ceramic distribution patterns show trade networks in Gaul and Britain remained relatively robust while collapsing in other western provinces, evidence that local economies under Constantius's governance maintained vitality even during imperial crises. Perhaps most intriguing are the parallels between Constantius's governance model and a modern federal systems. His approach balanced central authority with local autonomy in ways that anticipated governance challenges still relevant today. Provincial councils established under his administration included representatives from diverse constituencies, creating consultative bodies that resembled proto-parliaments rather than traditional Roman administrative units. The counterinsurgency strategies Constantius employed against the Picts, combining targeted military operations with economic integration and political accommodation, bear striking resemblances to modern theories of conflict resolution. Military historians have noted that his approach to frontier security, emphasizing flexible response and cross-border relationships rather than rigid fortification, anticipated challenges that would face European powers in later centuries. Digital humanities approaches have recently enabled network analysis of Constantius's administrative appointments, revealing patterns previously invisible to historians. These analyses show he systematically promoted officials with local knowledge and connections rather than importing administrators from distant regions, a practice that contrasted sharply with imperial norms but created more responsive governance. Economic historians have identified Constantius's reign as a crucial period for understanding late Roman monetization patterns. His currency reforms maintained stable silver content in provincial coinages while accommodating local exchange practices, creating a flexible monetary system that balanced imperial standards with regional economic realities. Archaeological evidence continues to expand our understanding of daily life under Constantius's administration. Recent excavations at rural villa sites in Gaul show architectural adaptations that combined defensive features with agricultural productivity improvements, suggesting landowners felt secure enough to invest in innovation rather than merely focusing on survival. Climate science has contributed to our reassessment of Constantius's military campaigns. Dendrochronological data from Britain shows his final campaign occurred during an exceptionally harsh winter, making his logistical accomplishments even more impressive. His ability to maintain supply lines and troop readiness under such conditions speaks to administrative competence rarely highlighted in traditional military histories. The intriguing question of Constantius's intellectual legacy remains partially answered, but tantalizingly suggestive. Fragmentary texts indicate he commissioned legal compilations that systematized provincial administration, work that would influence later Byzantine administrative practices. His approach to religious pluralism, managing diversity through institutional accommodation rather than enforced uniformity, represents a governance model with relevance beyond its historical context. Perhaps most significant for modern understanding is recognizing what Constantius's career reveals about historical contingency. The transformation of the Roman world into a Christian empire was not inevitable, but resulted from specific choices and circumstances. Had Constantius lived longer, implementing his model of pragmatic pluralism rather than giving way to Constantine's more ideologically driven approach, the religious history of Europe might have followed a dramatically different course. The fragmentary nature of our sources about Constantius paradoxically makes him a more accessible historical figure than many better documented emperors. The gaps in our knowledge create space for analytical approaches that go beyond personality to examine structural factors and systemic patterns. Rather than focusing on the emperor as an individual, modern scholarship explores Constantius's reign as a case study in governance during periods of institutional stress. Digital reconstruction projects have recently provided visual representations of Constantius's built environment, allowing scholars and the public to virtually experience spaces like the York Praetorium or the Trier Basilica as they would have appeared during his lifetime. These reconstructions reveal architectural choices that emphasized openness and visibility, physical manifestations of his governance philosophy. The enduring fascination with Constantius stems partly from the alternative path he symbolizes. His approach to governance, pragmatic, pluralistic, focused on sustainability rather than glory, offers an alternative vision of what the late Roman Empire might have become. The tension between this path and the more ideologically driven direction Constantine would later pursue remains a compelling historical counterfactual. For contemporary audiences, Constantius's story resonates because it demonstrates how individual leadership can make meaningful differences even within massive historical forces. While unable to prevent the eventual transformation of the Roman world, his governance preserved stability and prosperity in his territories during extraordinarily challenging circumstances. The Pale Emperor from Illyria, who never sought the throne but governed with remarkable effectiveness once elevated to it, reminds us that history's most consequential figures aren't always its most dramatic personalities. In an age that often celebrates disruptive leadership, Constantius's legacy offers a compelling case for the lasting value of competent administration, pragmatic problem-solving, and sustainable governance. As archaeological techniques continue to advance and new analytical methods emerge, our understanding of Constantius and his era will undoubtedly evolve further. Yet even with our current knowledge, we can recognise in this forgotten emperor a leader whose approach to governance, balancing tradition with innovation, authority with accommodation, and pragmatism with principle, speaks to challenges that remain relevant across the centuries. In the final analysis, Constantius Chlorus matters not because he changed history through dramatic actions, but because he sustained civilization through effective governance during a period of profound challenge, a legacy perhaps less glamorous than conquest, but ultimately more valuable to those whose lives were improved by his steady hand. Mansa Musa, known to history as Musa I of Mali, came to power under circumstances that were both intriguing and obscured by time. Born around the late 13th century, he belonged to a lineage of rulers who guided the Mali Empire, a realm spanning parts of modern-day Guinea, Senegal, Mauritania and Mali. Although tales often highlight his legendary wealth, Musa's rise rested on a political context shaped by earlier sovereigns, most notably his predecessor, Abubakari II. Oral traditions hint that Abubakari ventured west across the Atlantic, entrusting the throne to Musa as deputy. When the predecessor did not return, Musa ascended to rule. At that moment in West Africa's history, the Mali Empire thrived by controlling critical trade routes, Caravans carried gold, salt, ivory, and other goods across the Sahara, linking sub-Saharan societies with North African ports. Musa inherited an economic apparatus that already possessed riches, but his strategic leadership pushed that wealth and influence to unprecedented heights. Diplomatic ties with Berber traders in the north and with local chieftains to the south formed the scaffolding upon which his reign prospered. Yet Mansa Musa did not simply rely on inherited resources. Evidence suggests he restructured tax collection, ensuring caravans crossing his lands contributed fees. He appointed local governors, termed farbas, to maintain order, standardise trade practices, and quell rebellions. These farbas reported directly to the crown. While some African polities operated via loose confederations of tribes, Musa strove for a more centralised administration. The impetus for unity was both political and religious. By the early 14th century, Islam had become a unifying thread among the empire's elites, with mosques and Quranic schools growing in major towns like Timbuktu and Gao. Intriguingly, Mansa Musa's childhood rarely appears in official records. Griots, or court bards, mention him as a diligent youth who studied theology and statesmanship from travelling clerics. Possibly, he absorbed knowledge from trans-Saharan traders who recounted stories of Maghrebi courts and Middle Eastern wonders. This worldview expansion might have sparked his determination to place Mali on par with famed Islamic centres such as Cairo or Mecca. Later, his philanthropic acts would hint at an enduring desire to earn respect among the broader Islamic sphere. During Musa's early years as Mansa, he faced local errors near the fringes of the empire. Some provinces tested his authority, hoping he might prove less formidable than past kings. Instead, he dispatched well-trained cavalry to reaffirm Mali's dominance. The empire's cavalry, famed for their agility, utilised horses bred in the savannas. Coupled with archers who fired poison-tipped arrows, they efficiently subdued rebellious enclaves. Such campaigns, while overshadowed by later peaceful achievements, set the stage for a stable realm. Timbuktu, a small but strategically situated settlement, benefited from Musa's consolidation efforts. He recognised that controlling Timbuktu meant controlling a confluence of river transport, desert caravans, and fishing communities. Over time, the city would bloom into a learning centre, with an influx of scholars and artisans. Early in his reign, Musa allocated funds to fortify the town's walls, establish improved storage for trade goods, and encourage visiting scholars from across North Africa. This policy laid the groundwork for Timbuktu's future golden era. Though rarely described in immediate detail, Mansa Musa's personal style likely displayed both regal bearing and approachability. Unlike some rulers who cloistered themselves in grand palaces, he purportedly listened to grievances from merchants, travellers, and local notables. Diplomatic sources from North Africa record how visiting envoys found Mali's court refreshingly open, though still anchored in an elaborate protocol. Musa's readiness to incorporate outside ideas, especially from the Islamic heartlands, broadened the empire's cultural horizon. However, Musa's greatest fame was yet to blossom. While local West African circles recognised Musa's leadership, the broader Islamic world and, in time, even distant Europe would only learn his name after his spectacular pilgrimage to Mecca. That journey, or Hajj, showcased both the empire's wealth and Musa's personal devotion. It would transform him into a near legendary figure whose gold-laden caravans dazzled every city along the route. This pilgrimage provided glimpses of a man who balanced religious piety with an almost theatrical display of power. Thus, by the early 1320s, Mansa Musa had established a stable domain, subdued pockets of resistance, invested in commerce, and forged diplomatic ties. Mansa Musa set the stage for an event that would firmly establish him on the map of the medieval world. Neither Mali nor the Islamic realms would be quite the same after his caravans traversed the sands, sowing tales of a West African empire brimming with gold and governed by a ruler whose name would echo through centuries. Historians debate the exact date Mansa Musa embarked on his renowned pilgrimage, but a commonly cited time frame is the early 1320s to somewhere between 1324 and 25. This journey was far from spontaneous. Preparations likely spanned months, if not years, given the massive scale of his entourage. Musa intended not just to fulfill a religious obligation, but to make a statement. Mali was no mere frontier kingdom, and its ruler possessed the means to rank among the wealthiest. most pious monarchs of the Islamic world. Contemporary chronicles, notably those by North African scholar Ibn Khaldun and traveller Ibn Battuta, though Battuta himself visited Mali after Musa's reign, describe the pilgrimage in sensational terms. They mention caravans with thousands of attendants. Some accounts claim as many as 60,000. Camels laden with gold dust, embroidered fabrics, and provisions for the trek snaked across the Sahel. Sub-Saharan Africa had long provided a major chunk of the global gold supply, and Mansa Musa's baggage train exemplified that wealth. He brought not only lumps of raw gold but also minted gold coins, an unusual measure since the region often traded in dust and ingots. Additionally, Mansa Musa's travelling retinue included slaves dressed in fine silks, scribes to document events, reciters of the Quran for spiritual ambiance, and a range of advisors. Some historians caution that the numbers might be inflated by storytellers, yet even if the actual group was smaller, the effect on onlookers would have been overwhelming. The pilgrimage route took them northward through the Sahara, passing through famed salt mines around Takaza, then pivoting east to reach the bustling city of Tuat, or perhaps the legendary Sijil Massa oasis. In each settlement, rumours spread of the Malian monarch dispensing gold with an almost casual generosity. Crucially, Mansa Musa's distribution of wealth was part religious almsgiving, part diplomatic manoeuvre. Almsgiving, zakat, was a pillar of Islam, and Musa's piety motivated lavish gifts to local mosques and the needy. Yet distributing gold also garnered awe, forging ties with local rulers who might reciprocate with safe passage or future alliances. Unsurprisingly, this sudden influx of gold depressed local gold values in places like Cairo for years, an unintended consequence of a philanthropic spree. Egyptian records note how Mansa Musa's arrival in 24 caused gold's price to plummet, prompting economic ripples that historians still marvel at. Upon reaching Cairo, Musa's presence turned heads at the court of Sultan al-Malik al-Nasir. The initial protocol demanded that a visiting monarch greet the Sultan in a manner reflecting subservience. Some accounts claim Musa initially refused to bow, insisting that only to God would he prostrate. In the end, a diplomatic compromise was reached, perhaps involving a respectful but not fully subservient gesture. This minor standoff underscores Musa's pride in Mali's sovereignty, an approach that still balanced courtesy and tradition. While in Cairo, Musa's spending soared. He commissioned architectural help, hired skilled artisans, and purchased books. He conversed with leading Islamic scholars, reflecting a keen interest in theology and jurisprudence. Some Egyptian scribes chronicled the moment: a black African king, regal in bearing, engaged in deep religious discourse, all while dispensing gold coins to beggars outside. Word of his generosity quickly spread, captivating the imagination of distant courts. Europe, though largely ignorant of sub-Saharan polities, would soon learn of an African monarch with legendary fortunes. Resuming the pilgrimage, Mansa Musa continued on toward the Hejaz region of Arabia. In Mecca, the central holy city, he joined countless worshippers for the Hajj rituals, circling the Kaaba, praying on the plains of Arafat, and partaking in the symbolic stoning of the devil. The distance to Mecca was nearly insurmountable for many West Africans. Musa's success in completing the journey signalled extraordinary resolve and resources. He also spent time in Medina, paying respects at the Prophet's mosque. On the return leg, the caravans again wove across North Africa. This time the Malian treasury's gold reserves had thinned somewhat, owing to continuous largesse. Legend has it that to stabilise local markets, Mansa Musa borrowed gold from moneylenders in Cairo at interest rates. These actions ironically introduced him to the concept of currency manipulation. The transaction highlights that, for all his generosity, the intricacies of Mediterranean economics demanded caution. He never wavered in bestowing lavish gifts to those who hosted him along the route. By the time Mansa Musa reappeared in Mali, an aura of near mythic grandeur surrounded him. The pilgrimage had rebranded the empire from a peripheral kingdom to a recognised node in the Islamic world. He brought back not only architectural knowledge, but also new legal insights and spiritual fervour. Foreign scribes recounted tales of an African monarchy able to shape gold markets. That singular journey would define Musa's reign in global memory, overshadowing other facets of his long rule. After completing his pilgrimage, Mansa Musa returned to his homeland, where people were enthralled with his stories of his exploits. However, he didn't stop there. Rather, he funneled fresh inspiration, architectural styles, theological discourses, scholarly connections, into a grand vision for transforming key cities in the empire. The lessons gleaned in Cairo and Mecca spurred him to commission new buildings, especially mosques, to reinforce Mali's Islamic identity and elevate its cultural standing. At the same time, he recognised that religious centres could anchor trade networks, enticing merchants and scholars to settle. Timbuktu, long the commercial hub, now received particular focus. Musa brought along architects from North Africa, such as Abu Ishaq es-Saheli, who guided local masons in constructing structures that blended Sahelian earthen techniques with Maghrebi motifs. The Sankore Mosque, in particular, blossomed into a campus of learning. Over time, Sankore and other Timbuktu institutions housed thousands of manuscripts on theology, law, astronomy, and more. Timbuktu's libraries, spurred by Musa's initiative, became a beacon for scholars across West Africa and beyond. While earlier Mansas had built in Timbuktu, Musa's efforts catapulted it toward prominence as a recognised seat of learning. Elsewhere, he sponsored the expansion of the Jingwerebur Mosque. Using mud brick, timber, and intricate stucco, local artisans fused aesthetic flair with practical design for the hot climate. Musa's appetite for architecture also extended to Gao, Walata, and other strategic towns. The new or renovated mosques signified loyalty to Islam while showcasing the empire's affluence. Some foreign visitors described these earthen edifices as luminous under the Sahel sun, crowned by timber stakes that could be used as scaffolding for periodic replastering. Musa's push for Islamic scholarship drew in more than just architects. He invited ulama, religious scholars, qadis, judges, and scribes from across the Islamic world. These learned individuals introduced refined administrative methods and jurisprudence. Under their guidance, Mali's legal system took shape around Islamic norms, though older customs still thrived in rural enclaves. The official court increasingly used Arabic for record-keeping, complementing local languages for everyday discourse. This bilingual synergy let Mali engage with trans-Saharan trade partners on equal footing. Alongside these intellectual pursuits, Mansa Musa never neglected the empire's economic sinews. He maintained a keen interest in gold mines near Bambouk and Bure, ensuring they were managed efficiently. Additional caravans carried salt from Takaza, exchanging it for cereals, textiles and horses. In one sense, the empire's commercial backbone preceded Musa, but his reign stamped it with organisational vigour. By standardising weights, measures and trade protocols, he cut down disputes, facilitating smoother commerce. Customs officers at city gates or river crossings enforced fees that fed the royal treasury, which in turn funded public works. As for governance, Mansa Musa employed a multi-tiered approach. He left local chiefs in place where loyalty was assured, but inserted trusted courtiers where rebellion threatened. From the capital, Niani, though some debate exactly which city served as the prime seat, he dispatched messengers to check on provinces. The empire's scale made direct micromanagement impossible, but well-placed loyalists ensured his edicts carried weight. This decentralised yet cohesive model thrived when anchored by a charismatic ruler. That said, some interior clans harboured resentment, preferring older animist traditions or less tribute. Meanwhile, news of his generosity on the pilgrimage had inadvertently changed external perceptions. North African historians documented how merchants from the Maghreb or the Levant now looked to Mali for profitable exchange. Some arrived in caravans seeking gold and ostrich feathers while bringing silks, beads or cowrie shells. Mansa Musa welcomed these interactions, though he also insisted on regulated prices, warding off unscrupulous profiteers. The empire's wealth soared, but so did the complexities of balancing local production with foreign demand. In personal terms, Mansa Musa's family life remains a patchwork of hints. Griots mention multiple wives, children groomed for leadership roles, and court intrigues, typical of a grand monarchy. Musa's personality is said to have fused devotion with indulgence in the finer things, music, dance, and well-brewed beverages. He championed moral behaviour under Islam, yet seemed untroubled by the pageantry of a royal court. He strolled the palace in fine robes, received envoys with lavish banquets, and still prayed fervently in the newly built mosques. Such was the duality of Mansa Musa's reign. Pious yet splendid, Islamic yet reliant on older Malian customs, practical in economics yet prone to flamboyant generosity. This synergy established the empire at a pivotal cultural intersection, uniting sub-Saharan heritage with North African sophistication. By the mid-14th century, the synergy reached its zenith, forging a powerful realm that beckoned travellers from across Africa and beyond. Still, every peak holds seeds of future transitions, and for Musa, the twilight of his rule would see shifts that tested the empire's toughness. As the 1330s approached, Mansa Musa's authority remained largely unchallenged, but natural challenges and changing trade patterns hinted at potential strains. The vast domain, knit together by his vigour, demanded constant oversight. Musa strove to ensure that each border region complied with tribute obligations and respected the empire's religious orientation. Meanwhile, the Niger River's seasonal floods shaped agricultural cycles, some years bountiful, others prone to drought. The delicate balance between good harvests, stable trade, and local loyalties meant that a single upheaval could ripple widely. In this period, historical glimpses of Mansa Musa's final years become hazy. Some sources claim he briefly abdicated in favour of his son, Mansa Maga, only to resume power later. Others suggest he remained on the throne until his death. The multiplicity of oral traditions complicates any strict timeline. Still, it's clear he focused on two enduring priorities: strengthening Islamic scholarship and fostering prosperity. He invited additional jurists from Fes and Tunis, expanding Timbuktu's academies. Diplomatic relations with Morocco and Egypt stayed cordial, with scribes at Musa's court producing letters in refined Arabic, praising cultural ties. One lesser-known aspect of Musa's reign was the forging of local alliances through intermarriage. Princes of subjugated regions sometimes wed relatives of the royal family, creating a patchwork of dynastic bonds. This practice tempered rebellious impulses, as each clan now had a stake in preserving peace. In day-to-day rule, Musa relied on a cadre of advisors. Some were devout clerics, others savvy administrators who understood the empire's trade-based wealth. The interplay between religious counsel and economic strategy shaped the empire's direction. The empire also felt the weight of potential competition from emerging powers. Farther east, the Hausa city-states gained momentum, while to the west, coastal polities engaged with Atlantic trade. Although these developments wouldn't immediately topple Mali's dominance, they foreshadowed a shifting frontier in African commerce. The centuries-old reliance on trans-Saharan caravans faced subtle challenges from evolving sea routes. Mansa Musa, however, remained confident that Mali's gold resources and central position would endure. He might not have foreseen how future generations would grapple with the new maritime corridors introduced by European explorers. Meanwhile, Timbuktu's intellectual bloom continued. Scholars from the Arab world praised its manuscripts. Cadis presided over local courts, melding Sharia law with customary resolutions. This synergy made Timbuktu a magnet for intellectuals seeking quiet study among the city's sun-dried brick homes. Mansa Musa occasionally commissioned new volumes of hadith or historical genealogies, rewarding scribes with gold. Over time, a robust tradition of calligraphy took root, with intricate lettering reflecting North African influences. Students recited texts under open-air courtyards, weaving knowledge with local languages. In the capital, Niamey, the royal palace presumably boasted a mix of clay architecture and stone embellishments, though few remain survive. Chronicles mention grand reception halls where the Mansa offered visitors an audience. Gift exchanges were integral. Envoys from distant lands arrived with spices or glass beads, receiving in return gold dust or lavish robes. Musa's personal routine likely balanced daily prayer, the supervision of farbas, and public appearances that showcased his approachability. He recognised that ruling a culturally diverse empire required more than force. It needed a unifying aura of generosity and moral leadership. Amid all these successes, one senses the ephemeral nature of empire. Overextension lurked as a silent hazard. Some outlying provinces had grown used to direct oversight from the Mansa's central officials. Any prolonged royal absence might sow confusion. Furthermore, rumours of salt caravans taking alternate routes could shift wealth distribution. Mansa Musa's solution was typically to dispatch trusted lieutenants with tokens of the monarchy, perhaps a gold staff or a special garment, symbolising delegated authority. So long as loyalty endured, this system held. By the mid-30s, accounts suggest Mansa Musa's health began to decline. He might have endured the effects of age, or the repeated fevers common in the region's climate. The exact date of his death is disputed, typically placed around 1337. In some traditions, he died soon after concluding the building projects in Gao. Others say he passed quietly in his capital, surrounded by family. Whatever the details, the empire mourned him as a cultural and spiritual beacon. The fabled Mansa who had brought renown to Mali across continents. The stage was then left to his successors, faced with preserving the world he had shaped. While Mansa Musa's personal generosity and cunning had made Mali a name recognised from Cairo to Venice, the looming question was how robust that legacy would remain in his absence. For now, though, the empire could still recall the wondrous days of gold-laden caravans and a Mansa whose devotion and spectacle etched themselves into global lore. After Mansa Musa's death, the mantle fell to his descendants, notably Mansa Maga and later Mansa Suleiman. These rulers inherited a realm at the zenith of its influence. However, the aura of Musa's personal magnetism was difficult to replicate. His successors tried to maintain the elaborate administrative framework, the emphasis on religious scholarship, and the trading networks that underpinned Mali's fortunes. For a time, the empire remained stable, continuing to draw caravans from North Africa. Scholars still travelled to Timbuktu. The glow of Musa's pilgrimage lingered in foreign memories, but cracks emerged. Some outlying tributaries tested the new Mansas, doubting their ability to impose discipline. Regions near the Niger Bend, or along the forest-savanna boundary, required gentle but firm control. Mansa Musa's approach of personal oversight and reward-laden visits had kept them in line. Now, lesser envoys struggled to command the same respect. Occasionally minor rebellions flared. Even though none threatened the core of Mali for decades, they signalled a gradual erosion of central authority. Simultaneously, the natural environment shaped the empire's trajectory. The cyclical dryness of the Sahel sometimes forced pastoralists to shift grazing zones. If desert encroachment worsened, caravans had to alter routes, bypassing certain towns that once thrived on trade taxes. The empire had a reservoir of wealth from gold mines, but changing climate patterns could hamper agriculture near the river, straining local economies. Mansa Musa, in his prime, had addressed such challenges with bold infrastructure or diplomacy, but the subsequent leadership, while competent, lacked his visionary spark. Another dimension was the global context. The 14th century inflicted hardships across many regions. The Black Death ravaged Europe and parts of the Mediterranean, altering trade demands. Although sub-Saharan Africa escaped the worst of that pandemic, the aftershocks in North Africa impacted trade flows as some cities lost large portions of their population. The interplay of fewer caravans, disrupted markets, and shifting alliances chipped away at Mali's prime position. The gold was still there, but the channels to export it might fluctuate. Over time, new powers in West Africa, like the Songhai, took advantage of any vacuum. Nevertheless, the memory of Mansa Musa lived on in Mali's lore. Griots continued to recite epic praises of his generosity. They recounted the shimmering caravans, the pilgrims' endless lines stretching across the dunes, and the mosques he raised with foreign architects. This legacy both inspired and burdened the subsequent Mansas, who struggled to match such an iconic figure. Diplomatically, the empire enjoyed residual goodwill from North African courts thanks to Mansa Musa's famed piety. Delegations from Mali could still negotiate favourable deals in Moroccan or Egyptian markets. Yet as new sultans rose in these realms, personal ties to Musa's era waned. In Europe, albeit indirectly, Mansa Musa's legend trickled into cartographic representations. The Catalan Atlas of 1375, for instance, depicted a crowned African king holding a golden nugget, referencing the Melian ruler's famed riches. This image bolstered a European myth of rivers of gold in Africa, a notion that later centuries of explorers and colonizers would chase. Ironically, the lavish portrayal overshadowed the nuance of Musa's intellect, governance, and religious devotion, reducing him to a mere emblem of extraordinary wealth. Within Mali, religious scholarship advanced for some time. The libraries of Timbuktu, Gao, and Djenné expanded their collections. Scribes and jurists reinterpreted Islamic texts in local contexts, forging a rich blend of African culture and Islamic law. The traditions Mansa Musa championed did not vanish with his death. They enriched local life for generations. The city of Timbuktu in particular stood as a testament to that era's intellectual blossoming. Mali's social fabric seamlessly merged clan-based traditions with the universalist principles of Islam, carrying on the delicate balance that Mansa Musa had established. Eventually, by the 15th century, the Songhai Empire under Sunni Ali and later Askia Muhammad rose to eclipse Mali's dominion, seizing major centres. Mali receded, losing some gold-rich territories and vital trade corridors. Yet the echoes of Mansa Musa's brilliant rule lingered. Even as Songhai expanded, the memory of Mali's pinnacle remained deeply etched in oral histories. Observers realised that Mansa Musa's achievements were not just about ephemeral gold showers. They had forged a cultural and political framework that shaped West African civilization well beyond his lifetime. The empire's eventual decline underscored how pivotal leadership can be. Mansa Musa had harnessed wealth, religion, and political savvy to unify a sprawling region. Once that synergy loosened, fragmentation crept in. Still, centuries after the empire's contraction, the name Mansa Musa resonates globally, an African monarch famed for overshadowing kings and sultans in wealth, for bridging sub-Saharan and Islamic worlds, and for exemplifying how a single visionary reign can elevate an entire civilization onto the historical stage. For centuries, the Western world largely overlooked Mansa Musa, overshadowed by narratives centred on Mediterranean or European affairs. However, in the modern era, interest in Africa's pre-colonial empires revived. Scholars sought to reclaim the achievements of societies like Mali, Songhai and Ghana. Mansa Musa's story emerged as a standout example of African leadership, advanced trade systems and dynamic cultural fusion. Researchers combed through Arabic chronicles, like those of Al-Umari or Ibn Khaldun, for glimpses of his reign. Griot's oral traditions offered complementary insights, though they sometimes embroidered details for dramatic effect. In the 20th century, Mansa Musa's name surfaced in debates about the African diaspora's heritage. As African nations gained independence from colonial rule, national historians highlighted figures like Musa to illustrate indigenous African states that prospered long before European influence. School textbooks in places like Mali and Senegal began devoting sections to the Mali Empire, showcasing it as a sophisticated polity. The imagery of Mansa Musa showering gold upon the poor while building mosques became a powerful symbol of African accomplishment. Yet pop culture often reduced him to the richest man who ever lived, focusing on an astronomical net worth in gold. Internet articles brandished headlines about his supposed trillions in today's currency. This oversimplification risked flattening his legacy into mere flamboyance. In reality, Musa's wealth was entangled in communal structures, trade cycles, and moral obligations shaped by Islamic teachings. He was less a solitary billionaire and more a steward of an empire's resources, dispensing them for religious and diplomatic ends. Historians caution that pegging his fortune to the modern standards distorts the medieval context. Meanwhile, academic interest turned to the intricacies of governance. Documents suggest that under Musa, Mali's legal frameworks advanced, bridging indigenous norms with Sharia-based statutes. Judges in Timbuktu or Djenné sometimes cited both local tradition and Quranic sources, forging unique rulings. Scholars in the past acknowledged Mansa Musa's ability to strike a balance between upholding Islamic orthodoxy among elites and honouring the animist customs of rural communities. This nuance fosters a deeper appreciation of his statesmanship, overshadowed in many popular accounts by tales of gold-laden caravans. Archaeology also contributed. Excavations near ancient towns in Mali uncovered remnants of fortifications or palatial complexes, though direct evidence of Musa's building projects remains sparse. The scale of urban centres suggests a well-structured realm. The design of certain mosques, featuring distinctive Sudano-Sahelian motifs and perhaps influence from Andalusian or Maghrebi styles, points to that era's architectural cross-pollination. Fragments of imported ceramics or glass from North Africa confirm robust commerce. By synthesizing textual sources with material finds, researchers sketch a more vibrant portrait of Mansa Musa's empire than older stereotypes of a dark continent. Ironically, in the 21st century, Mansa Musa's memory thrives on digital platforms. His name surfaces in social media memes or videos, claiming to unravel the secrets of the richest king. While some content oversimplifies, others use the curiosity to delve deeper, explaining the empire's trade networks or Timbuktu's scholarly heritage. In African diaspora communities, references to Mansa Musa convey pride in African intellectual and economic history. He emerges as a counterbalance to narratives that historically depicted Africa as a monolithic region of underdevelopment. Yet the real Mansa Musa remains elusive in certain regards. We lack direct diaries, and no contemporary portraits show his face. Instead, we rely on stylized images from European cartographers or rhetorical descriptions by Arab historians. He emerges as a figure of layered myth and partial documentation, someone whose actual day-to-day persona remains partly concealed. The glimpses we do have highlight a thoughtful, strategic monarch, propelled by both faith and pragmatism. His significance endures not just for the spectacle of his pilgrimage, but for how he integrated diverse societies under a unified banner. Advanced Islamic schisas arose at scholarship in West Africa, and influenced global perceptions of Africa's potential. Within the context of medieval globalization, he stands as an early example of how commerce, faith, and leadership can unify a wide territory. In an era typically overshadowed by European narratives, Mansa Musa's accomplishments underscore the richness of African history and the universal complexity of statecraft. Thus, the modern reappraisal of Mansa Musa blends both awe and historical caution, acknowledging the grandeur of his empire while sifting myth from fact. He was neither a simplistic figure of infinite gold nor a purely saintly monarch. Rather, he was an adept leader in a dynamic environment, harnessing commerce, religion, and diplomacy to forge a realm that resonates through the centuries, an enduring testament to Africa's storied past. Today, Mansa Musa stands among Africa's most iconic historical figures. His legacy transcends time and place, weaving into discussions of leadership, wealth, spirituality, and identity. He embodies not just a legendary monarch, but a reminder that even centuries ago, global interconnectedness shaped destinies. His empire's prosperity, gleaned from a trans-Saharan trade, offers insights into how commerce forges links across vast distances. His dedication to Islam and scholarship underscores the potency of faith in unifying diverse peoples under a cultural and ethical framework. One might ask, what can we learn from Mansa Musa's reign beyond the gold-studded anecdote? Firstly, his story highlights the value of strategic vision. He inherited a robust empire but catapulted it to new heights through conscientious policies, from codifying taxes on caravans to commissioning educational hubs. He recognised that harnessing wealth isn't solely about accumulation. Distributing it effectively, whether in philanthropic gestures or infrastructure, can amplify a leader's influence. This approach resonates in modern governance discussions, where wise resource allocation sets outstanding administrators apart from mere hoarders. Secondly, Mansa Musa's architectural and scholarly investments exemplify how cultural achievements bolster an empire's legacy. The mosques and libraries of Timbuktu, Gao and beyond, which blossomed under his patronage, endured even after Mali's political decline. They catalysed centuries of learning, preserving texts that remain significant historical sources. This enduring dimension of cultural capital suggests that fostering education and the arts can surpass ephemeral political wins. In a world rife with ephemeral trend-chasing, Mansa Musa's example underscores the intangible dividends of intellectual stewardship. Moreover, his experience with gold-based economics prompts reflection on the complexities of global finance. Though medieval markets differ from modern ones, Mansa Musa's distribution of gold that depressed local currencies exemplifies how large infusions of wealth can distort economies. Today's parallels might involve monetary policies, foreign direct investment, or resource booms that upend local markets. The lesson is timeless. Even generosity can have unintended consequences if not carefully calibrated to the broader economic milieu. On a more personal level, Mansa Musa illustrates how piety and power can intersect. By presenting himself as a devout Muslim, he earned credibility among Islamic polities. His approach highlights the power of genuine religious conviction, when combined with benevolence, to foster diplomatic relations. Yet, it also raises questions. To what extent did he wield religion as a political tool? We might glean that authenticity and canny statecraft can coexist, each fueling the other toward mutual benefit. For an audience grappling with modern complexities of church-state relations, Mansa Musa's example suggests nuance. Faith-based values can unify communities, but realpolitik remains essential for large-scale governance. In terms of Africa's historical narrative, Mansa Musa dispels outdated stereotypes of a continent absent of complexity. The Mali Empire's advanced administration, trading acumen, and cultural vibrancy in the 14th century counter any notion that sophisticated statecraft was exclusive to Europe or Asia. By acknowledging Mansa Musa's place in the grand tapestry of medieval history, we appreciate that Africa was fully engaged in trans-regional dialogues, its gold fueling global economies, its scholars contributing to the Islamic intellectual tradition. Lastly, the ephemeral nature of power emerges in his story. Even a realm as wealthy as Mali faced eventual decline. Mansa Musa's leadership wields sword, but no empire remains unchallenged forever. Subsequent shifts in trade routes, internal strife, and external expansions by Songhai underlined how reliant Mali's empire was on sustained, adept rulership. For those analysing present-day geopolitics, the lesson is that resilience hinges on structural stability, not just a single charismatic era. Legacy is shaped by continuity of governance, not a lone golden moment. In sum, Mansa Musa's tale glistens with more than gold. It resonates through layered truths, the interplay of devotion and diplomacy, the forging of alliances across desert expanses, and the enduring imprint of knowledge institutions. His memory, once overshadowed, now re-emerges in scholarly works and public fascination, signifying a broader revaluation of Africa's historical prominence. For anyone who may be mind-seeking both reflection and novelty, this saga offers a vantage point on leadership's timeless challenges. Rich in paradox, Mansa Musa's reign reveals that wealth, no matter how immense, serves best when funneled into communal uplift, melding prestige with purpose. And that perhaps is the truest legacy of the man known as Mansa. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. Today, Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Aid stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions. All eyes turned to Ayed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Ayed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown. Bran handed Ayed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. Plant these carefully, Bran instructed softly. Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse. Ayed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Ayed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Ayed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion. Rising to his feet, Aed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Aed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Aed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. "Remember, Aed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand and guide." Aed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. "I will remember, Bran," he promised earnestly. "I will honour this responsibility with every breath." Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Aed's shoulder. "Then your journey has truly begun." Returning to his modest dwelling, Aed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. "Tonight," Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, "we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure." Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. "Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people." With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours, who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloths soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all the things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally, he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said, "Instead, let each family give a gift. One cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. "Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy." Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older, with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions, and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. This land has seen countless seasons, Ayed continued softly. It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it. He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them. As he spoke, Ayed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Ayed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Ayed addressed the group again. Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness, flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories. The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Ayed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Ayed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Ayed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in druidic lore, rituals, and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Ayed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love. His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Ayed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an enduring light. Napoleon Bonaparte's story opens not in the halls of Parisian power, but on a rugged Mediterranean island. He was born Napoleone di Buonaparte in 1769 in Ajaccio, Corsica, only months after France seized the island from Genoa. As a boy, he spoke the Italian Corsican dialect and harboured fierce pride in his Corsican heritage. Sent to mainland France for schooling at age 9, he arrived a thin, intense child who felt himself very much an outsider. Classmates mocked his accent and provincial manners. In quiet moments under the ancient oaks of Brienne Academy, young Bonaparte dreamed of home, the smell of the maqui shrubs on Corsican hillsides and tales of heroism by Corsican patriot Pasquale Paoli. These memories fueled a lifelong resentment and a drive to prove himself in a world that perceived him as a foreigner. Yet France also opened new horizons for him. At the Royal Military School in Paris, Napoleon, as he still signed his name, immersed himself in Enlightenment ideas and military texts. He was a voracious reader of Rousseau and Voltaire, cultivating radical notions about merit and reason. Commissioned as a young artillery officer, he honed a mathematical precision in ballistics and a steely calm under pressure. Still, in the late 1780s, the ambitious lieutenant found himself idling on half-pay in provincial garrisons, chafing at the lack of opportunity. Letters to his family betray a restless mind. He wrote an unfinished story and essays on Corsican history, longing to carve out a place for himself. By 1789, the French Revolution's fiery rhetoric gripped him. The revolution's eruption promised career opportunities for talented individuals, and Bonaparte, now known as Bonaparte in French, was determined to capitalize on this opportunity. He returned to Corsica during the early revolution, hoping to spread the new ideals. However, island politics turned against him. the revered Paoli deemed Napoleon a traitor for siding with the French Republic. In 1793, after a bitter falling out and an attempt to depose Paoli's Corsican government, the Bonaparte family fled their homeland under threat. The 24-year-old artillery captain arrived back in France as a refugee, but also as a staunch Republican officer hungry for action. He soon got his chance. At the end of 1793, royalists in the southern port of Toulon revolted and welcomed British forces. The besieging revolutionary army faltered until Bonaparte, through a mix of Corsican connections and sheer assertiveness, was assigned to direct the artillery. Amidst the thunder of cannons and acrid smoke, Napoleon shone. He emplaced batteries with lethal effectiveness, blasting the harbour and forcing the British to flee. In the final assault, a bayonet wound scarred his thigh, but victory was complete. The achievement was stunning. A little-known Corsican had masterminded the recapture of Toulon. Word of his brilliance travelled to Paris, and at age 24 Bonaparte was promoted to brigadier general. The scent of gunpowder at Toulon signalled his ascent to prominence, but revolutionary fortunes shifted quickly. Just months later, Robespierre and the radical Jacobins fell from power. Napoleon, considered a Robespierre ally by association, was arrested. He was briefly jailed in a dank cell at Fort Carré. The omniscient fates that had elevated him now threatened to cut short his ascent. He emerged unscathed but unemployed, pacing the Paris streets in a threadbare coat, surviving on meagre rations. During this low ebb in 1795, he even toyed with leaving France to serve the Ottoman Sultan, an ironic prospect for one who would one day humble the great powers of Europe. Opportunity, however, knocked again that October. Royalist mobs stormed toward the ruling convention, aiming to topple the fragile republic. General Paul Barras, desperate to save the revolution, tapped the only artillery expert he knew who could be ruthless enough, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon did not hesitate. Stationing cannon in the streets of Paris, he met the royalist charge with blasts of grape shot at point-blank range. The cobblestones of the Rue Saint-Honoré shook with each thunderous volley, shredding the insurgent columns and sending the survivors into panicked flight. A whiff of grape shot, one witness called it caustically, describing how shredded banners and bodies littered the smoky avenues. Bonaparte's decisive action saved the revolutionary government. In a single brutal afternoon, he became the Republic's saviour, and also earned a reputation for cold-blooded efficiency that some would not forget. Paris grew quiet at dusk, the air heavy with the tang of spent gunpowder and a new awareness. A young general had shown he would not hesitate to fire on his fellow Frenchmen to secure order. Far from hiding this bloody episode, Napoleon later had it celebrated each year, defending himself with the remark that a soldier is only a machine to obey orders. The reward for this loyal service was extraordinary. Within weeks, the Directory, the new executive body, gave 26-year-old Bonaparte command of the Army of Italy, a post that seasoned generals had coveted. Around the same time, he met Josephine de Beauharnais, a glamorous Creole widow 6 years his senior who was connected to Barras. The attraction was immediate and consuming. In March 1796, just days before departing to take up his new command, Napoleon married Josephine in a private civil ceremony. He adored her with an earnest, impassioned love that blazed through the letters he would soon send daily from the Italian front. Josephine provided the social polish and connections he lacked. He gave her devotion and the promise of destiny. As he rode out of Paris in the spring rain, Napoleon Bonaparte was a curious figure, a Corsican outsider turned Republican general, recently a penniless outcast, now head of an army. His ambitions were boundless. France had given him an army and a beautiful wife. He intended to repay both with glory. The die was cast. The little corporal's rapid ascent was about to commence. The slender young general who arrived to lead the Army of Italy in 1796 found a dispirited, ragtag force clad in rags and hungry for both food and victory. Napoleon's predecessors had achieved little in the grinding war against Austria, but the new commander electrified his men from the outset. Gathering the troops, who looked sceptically at his slight stature and youthful face, he pointed toward the enemy's rich lands beyond the Alps. "Soldiers," he cried, "you are ill-fed and almost naked. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will lie in your power. In them you will find honour, glory and riches." The soldiers erupted in cheers. Skepticism gave way to fervour as he promised to transform their threadbare desperation into triumph. During the early days of the campaign in the damp foothills of Piedmont, men who were on the verge of deserting instead found themselves prepared to follow this fiery little general to the farthest reaches of the earth. Napoleon promptly fulfilled his promise. He moved with startling speed and aggression, catching Austrian and Piedmontese armies off balance with bold tactics. In a whirlwind of battles through the mountain passes, he demonstrated a predator's instinct, striking where least expected and driving his exhausted troops forward with sheer force of will. At Montenotte, Dago, Millesimo and Mondovi, French cannon and bayonets routed forces that months before would have sent them reeling. The Austrian generals, many twice Bonaparte's age, were confounded by his unpredictable manoeuvres. "They haven't seen anything yet," Napoleon boasted confidently after one victory. "In our time, no one has the slightest conception of what is great. It is up to me to give them an example." His bravado was backed by action. He negotiated Piedmont's withdrawal from the war within weeks, then turned the army of Italy against the Austrians occupying Lombardy. In May 1796, Napoleon cemented his legend at the bridge over the Adda River, near the town of Lodi. The Austrian rearguard had taken up a strong position across the river, their cannon covering the narrow wooden span. Rather than wait for a safer crossing, Bonaparte decided on a frontal assault that defied all conventional sense. Amidst the deafening roar of enemy guns, he personally helped aim French cannons and rallied a column of grenadiers for a head-on charge. Tricolour flag in hand, he plunged onto the bridge at the head of his men. Grapeshot whistled past his ears, planks splintered under the blast of artillery. For an instant, the attack faltered under withering fire, but Napoleon stood firm in the smoke, his sword drawn and his uniform powdered with gun smoke. His presence ignited the troops. With a final yell, "En avant!" the troops surged forward, overrunning the Austrian guns. On the far bank, the stunned enemy broke and fled. Lodi was a small battle, but in its drama lay the seed of a myth. The soldiers, amazed by their general's fearless exposure to fire and his willingness to do a corporal's work loading guns, affectionately dubbed him Le Petit Caporal, the Little Corporal. That night, as the exhausted French camped under a moonlit sky, Napoleon could not sleep. The adrenaline of victory and survival coursed through him. In later years, he would recall that at Lodi, from that moment on, I foresaw what I might be. Already I felt the earth flee from beneath me, as if I were being carried into the sky. It was at Lodi that Napoleon Bonaparte began to believe unequivocally in his destiny. Through the summer and autumn of 1796, Napoleon led his army on a relentless offensive that read like something out of Caesar's commentaries. Napoleon swiftly crossed the Po River, flanked enemy positions using mountain tracks, and repeatedly encircled the Austrians. In battle after battle, Castiglione, Arcole, Rivoli, the French overcame superior numbers through Bonaparte's imaginative tactics and the esprit de corps he instilled. His troops marched hungry and barefoot over the Alps, referring to him as Father Violet due to his unexpected arrival, much like the first violet of spring. They came to believe he could do it, could take any fortress and defeat any foe, and often he did. After a grueling siege, Napoleon captured Mantua in early 1797, breaking Austrian resistance in Italy. By that spring he had advanced to the very edge of Austrian territory. The once mighty Habsburg Empire, shocked by the string of defeats inflicted by this upstart, sued for peace rather than see Vienna threatened. Bonaparte dictated terms like a seasoned statesman. In the Treaty of Campo Formio, October 1797, he reshaped the map of northern Italy, creating new republics under French influence, and ceded Venetia to Austria as compensation. Remarkably, he negotiated this peace directly, outshining the politicians back in Paris. Here was a general taking the initiative to formulate foreign policy, a sign of the growing power he was accumulating. Meanwhile, in the territories he conquered, Napoleon revealed other facets. He presented himself as a liberator, abolishing feudal privileges and spreading revolutionary principles in Italy. But he also levied heavy contributions and sent convoys of looted art back to France. Wagon loads of paintings and sculptures, spoils from Milan, Verona and Venice, trundled over the Alps bound for the Louvre, evidence that Napoleon understood the propaganda value of culture. Parisians were thrilled at the arrival of masterpieces and the news of victory. The directors in Paris found themselves eclipsed by the glory of their young general. As his fame grew, so did the complexities of his character. Napoleon the Romantic, for instance, was on full display in Italy. Separated from Josephine, he wrote her letters almost nightly, pouring out his heart in unguarded prose. "I have loved you for a long time," he wrote after one battle, "and I feel that I love you more each day. I thought I loved you a few days ago, but since I saw you, I feel that I love you 1,000 times more," words that reveal a passionate, even obsessive attachment. On the battlefield he was icy and calculated, but alone in his tent by candlelight he could be almost feverish with longing. Unbeknownst to him, Josephine's replies were infrequent and often perfunctory. The worldly Creole was enjoying Paris society and a discreet affair on the side. This imbalance of affection, the conqueror of Italy begging for love, was a poignant contradiction. The soldiers saw their general as a demigod, yet in matters of the heart he could be as vulnerable as any man. Napoleon was the most renowned figure in France by the time he returned to Paris at the end of 1797. Newspapers hailed him as le héros d'Italie, the Italian hero, extolling his triumph over overwhelming challenges. Walking through the Tuileries gardens, civilians gaped, and officers snapped to attention. The energy he exuded had altered the course of a continent in a matter of months. Yet the Directory grew wary. Here was a general whose popularity rivaled their legitimacy. In Napoleon's piercing grey eyes and curt self-confidence, some Directory members glimpsed a potential threat. For the time being, they showered him with honours, inviting him to dine with directors and seeking his advice on grand strategy. However, these politicians secretly felt a sense of relief when Bonaparte accepted a new assignment that took him far from Paris. The restless general, just 28, was already looking beyond Italy. In his omnivorous mind, the next grand adventure was forming. He spoke of an expedition to Egypt, a bold strike aimed indirectly at England. It was audacious and full of risk, perfectly suited to Napoleon Bonaparte, who by now believed destiny had extraordinary plans for him. Napoleon embarked on his campaign in the East as both conqueror and visionary, determined to etch his name alongside Alexander the Great. In May 1798, he set sail from France with a fleet of soldiers, scholars and dreams, leaving the comforts of Europe for the fabled sands of Egypt. The voyage itself felt like a journey into legend. On deck under the stars, Napoleon would point out constellations to his savants and muse about the glory of antiquity. By day, he devoured books on the Orient. He was not merely leading an army, he was crafting an image of himself as an enlightened liberator and a new Caesar of the East. The soldiers, packed tightly in the sweltering holds, were regaled with their general's proclamations that they were bound for immortal glory. Many were seasick and anxious, yet they believed in him. It was said that as their ships passed by the Great Pyramids visible on the horizon, Napoleon dramatically addressed his troops. "Soldiers, from the summit of these pyramids 40 centuries look down upon you." The line, echoing across the desert wind, sent shivers down the ranks. It was bombastic, historically dubious, and utterly effective in stirring men's souls. Bonaparte was scripting his mythology even as it unfolded. After a swift conquest of the port of Alexandria, Napoleon marched his army inland to confront the ruling Mamluk warlords. On July 21st, 1798, near the village of Mbabé, Napoleon deployed his troops in massive squares, with the hazy outline of pyramids in the distance. The Battle of the Pyramids, as it came to be known, was as much theatre as combat. Mamluk cavalry in colourful silk and armour charged repeatedly, renowned for their ferocity, but they shattered against the disciplined French squares bristling with bayonets. Amid the volleys and cannon smoke, French drummers beat a steady rhythm that mingled with the distant cries of camels and the clang of scimitars. Napoleon, seated atop a grey Arabian charger, surveyed the battlefield through his spyglass, outwardly calm. When the dust settled by late afternoon, thousands of Mamluk riders lay dead or dying in the Nile marshes. The French losses were relatively light. Word spread among the locals that the young general had supernatural powers. How else could one explain such a lopsided victory? Napoleon encouraged these whispers. He established himself in Cairo and convened a diwan, council, of local notables, pledging respect for Islam and the people. In proclamations, he professed admiration for the Prophet Muhammad and claimed the French were friends of Muslims, even inventing a tale of a mystical conversation with imams in a pyramid. Such declarations were cynical but shrewd, aimed at pacifying a land he knew little about. Bonaparte the chameleon was adapting once more. In Cairo he appeared draped in an oriental robe at times, playing the part of the liberator of the East. However, reality intruded on his grandiose plans. In August 1798, mere weeks after the triumph at the Pyramids, disaster struck at sea. The British Admiral Horatio Nelson caught the French fleet anchored in Aboukir Bay and annihilated it in a fiery night-long battle. In one night, Napoleon's communication with France was severed. His army was stranded in Egypt. Unfazed outwardly, he doubled down on forging a new narrative. If return to Europe was cut off, he would turn his conquest into a transformative mission. He established the Institut d'Égypte in Cairo, where scholars studied everything from ancient hieroglyphs — the Rosetta Stone would soon be unearthed by his team — to modern irrigation. French officers strolled the streets with notebooks instead of only muskets. The occupation took on a curious dual nature: brutal military rule on one hand, suppressing revolts with mass executions when needed, and enlightened exploration on the other. Napoleon ordered local printers to produce a French-Arabic newspaper, Courrier de l'Egypte, praising French victories and reforms. He commissioned artists to sketch ruins and scientists to catalogue Egypt's flora and fauna. Under the glow of lanterns in Cairo's palaces, conversations about philosophy and governance unfolded in both French and Arabic. This blend of force and charm offensive was Bonaparte's approach to empire building. Gloire through both sword and pen. Yet Egypt would test Napoleon as never before. In early 1799, hungry for further laurels and concerned by an impending Ottoman counterattack, he marched north into Ottoman Syria, today's Israel-Palestine, an overland journey through Sinai's deserts into a crucible of hardship. The campaign swiftly turned into a terrifying ordeal. The sun above was merciless. Water was scarce. Plague stalked the ranks. Still, Napoleon pushed on, capturing coastal towns like El Arish and Gaza, and then storming Jaffa in March 1799. At Jaffa, a horrifying incident tarnished his reputation. After the city fell, thousands of Ottoman soldiers who had surrendered, including a garrison previously paroled by the French, were executed under Napoleon's orders, most by shooting or bayonet. It was an act of ruthless expedience. He could neither feed nor guard so many prisoners while enemy forces gathered nearby. The beach outside Jaffa became a field of death. Later accounts describe columns of prisoners being led out under guard, forced to kneel in the dunes, and the crackle of musket fire mingling with screams. Napoleon never publicly acknowledged this massacre. Within days he had moved on. But some of his officers were sickened by it. The general who spoke of enlightenment had shown he would also cross any moral line for military necessity. Days later, in the same city, another scene emerged, immortalised in paint and propaganda as a counterpoint to the bloodshed. A vicious outbreak of bubonic plague ravaged the French camp after Jaffa. Soldiers lay moaning in a makeshift hospital, housed in an old caravansary. Fear of contagion spread even faster than the disease. Many troops dared not go near the stricken. Napoleon understood that fear could destroy his army faster than plague itself. So on a warm morning in mid-March he visited the plague hospital in Jaffa. According to accounts, he strode through the low archways of the mosque-turned-infirmary with a calm expression as rays of light pierced the dusty air. Rows of the sick and dying lined the walls, their faces etched with feverish agony. Napoleon showed no hesitation. He moved from cot to cot, speaking softly, even touching one soldier's inflamed bubo with his bare hand in a gesture of compassion and courage. The men watched in astonishment as their general, the same man who had ordered prisoners shot days before, now comforted the afflicted with near saintly composure. One soldier reportedly tried weakly to rise and salute. Napoleon gently bade him rest. This visit became legendary. Later, back in France, the event would be commemorated by artist Antoine Jean Gros in a massive painting depicting Bonaparte as a fearless healer reaching out to the plague-stricken, bathed in a quasi-religious glow. The painting glossed over the grimmer context, yet its power endures. It was propaganda as much as compassion, Napoleon crafting the myth of himself as both ruthless conqueror and benevolent hero. That spring, however, military realities were harsh. Napoleon's advance into the heart of Syria encountered the formidable walls of Acre. British warships aided the Ottoman defenders, and despite repeated assaults, the fortress of Acre did not fall. Bonaparte's army grew weaker by the day. Plague, heat, and stiff resistance sapped their strength. After 2 months of frustration, Napoleon finally lifted the siege in May 1799. He led his gaunt, worn men on a grueling retreat back to Egypt, harassed by mounted Ottoman forces and bedevilled by the merciless climate. The omniscient narrator of history might note that the event was the first serious setback in Napoleon's career. Outside the walls of Acre, the limits of his fortune became evident. In one poignant incident during the retreat, a French soldier, too sick to walk, begged not to be left behind. Napoleon paused, and in a rare display of quiet mercy, ordered that a horse be left for the man, a small redemption for Jaffa's horror. By late 1799, back in Cairo, Napoleon received word of political turmoil in France and the threat of invasion by European coalitions. Sensing that his moment on the larger world stage had arrived, he made a fateful decision. He would abandon the Egyptian enterprise and return to Paris post-haste. He left General Kleber in charge of the army, with secret instructions to negotiate a withdrawal, and slipped out of Egypt with a few close aides in August 1799. By luck and stealth, he navigated through the British blockades and arrived in France in October, where he was greeted as a hero. Astonishingly, the disasters, the fleet's destruction and the failure at Acre were largely suppressed or ignored in the news. Instead, France heard only of the triumphs, the Battle of the Pyramids, the scientific discoveries, and the bold Eastern adventure. In the public eye, Napoleon returned from Egypt draped in oriental mystery and glory, as he intended. He brought home scholars' reports, exotic animals and art, further fueling the legend he was weaving around himself. The Egyptian expedition ultimately was a mixed success at best in practical terms, but in terms of Napoleon's self-made mythology, it was a triumph. He had shown France not only a general of battlefield genius, but also a leader who aspired to greatness on a civilizational scale. He cast himself as a new Alexander, a lawgiver and patron of knowledge as well as a warrior. The contradictions were stark. The same man who executed prisoners and poisoned plague victims also posed as an emancipator and enlightened ruler. Napoleon seemed aware that to achieve immortality, a leader had to shape his narrative. In Egypt he learned the power of image and propaganda. From the grandiose proclamations and commissioned paintings to the curated flow of news back to Europe, he ensured that he, Napoleon Bonaparte, would not be considered merely another French general. He would become a figure worthy of epics, a man who conquered ancient lands and engaged in conversation with the pyramids. As he returned to France, he prepared for his next daring action, seizing political power. The saviour of France had returned from the deserts, burnished by sun and fame, ready to dictate the next chapter of the revolution. The France Napoleon returned to in 1799 was ripe for change, and he knew it. The Directory government was deeply unpopular, marred by corruption, economic troubles and military setbacks in Europe during his absence. Paris buzzed with rumours of coups and conspiracies. Emmanuel Sieyès, one of the directors, famously muttered that France needed a head, a sword to complete the revolution's work. Fresh from his Egyptian mystique and Italian laurels, Napoleon appeared to many as the ideal candidate for this role. Ever the political opportunist, he quietly aligned with plotters including Sieyès, Talleyrand and his savvy younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte. Behind closed doors in Parisian salons thick with cigar smoke, the plotters schemed to topple the Directory throughout October 1799. Napoleon was cautious at first, assessing every detail like a battlefield plan. But as the crowds cheered him in the streets and even the fickle newspapers hailed him, he realised that now was the crucial moment. "Weaker men get caught in the current of events," he confided to a friend, "but I will direct events myself." The omniscient narrator might observe that fortune was once again favouring him. Napoleon put his plan in motion on the morning of 18 Brumaire, year 8, November 9th, 1799, by the Republican calendar. Under the pretext of a supposed Jacobin coup threat, he persuaded the councils, France's legislature, to move their session out of volatile Paris to the suburban chateau of Saint-Cloud, where his loyal troops could surround them. The air was tense and thick with the intrigue as Bonaparte donned his general's uniform, mounted a horse and trotted through the Paris streets flanked by grenadiers. He had told Josephine to be ready for any outcome, success or his death or imprisonment. "If I fail, I shall be outlawed tomorrow," he said flatly. By afternoon, under grey November skies, soldiers occupied key positions around Saint-Cloud. Inside, bewildered deputies gathered in gilded chambers, suspecting something was amiss. Napoleon paced in an antechamber, uncharacteristically nervous. He was a man used to commanding armies, not quelling politicians, and for perhaps the first time doubt gnawed at him. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and strode into the hall of the Council of Ancients head high. He addressed the ancients with controlled passion, decrying the incapable Directory and the perils facing France. His hands trembled slightly as he gestured. This was no battlefield, and the hostile stares of elected deputies were a new kind of danger. Some applauded, but others murmured in dissent. Napoleon next moved to the Council of 500, the lower house where things would soon descend into chaos. The moment he entered the orangery, where 500 legislators were meeting, a hostile roar rose up. Down with the tyrant, outlaw him Jacobin deputies screamed upon seeing soldiers at his back. Napoleon momentarily stumbled over his words, declaring that his only goal was to preserve the Republic. His presence inflamed the assembly. A knot of deputies rushed at him, one even lunging as if to stab him with a paper knife. Amid shouts of hors la loi, outlaw him, Napoleon turned pale and reportedly began to shake. For a heartbeat, it seemed his carefully laid coup might collapse in embarrassment. Grenadiers hustled him out as the hall erupted in pandemonium. Outside, in the palace courtyard, Napoleon caught his breath, sweat beading on his forehead in the cool autumn air. He was used to battlefield glory, but this was raw political theatre, and it was almost lost. The day was saved by a combination of military force and his brother's quick wits. Lucien Bonaparte decisively took the stage as president of the Council of 500. He slipped away and addressed the soldiers waiting outside. With a dramatic flourish, Lucien drew his sword and pointed it at Napoleon's chest, shouting that his brother had been attacked by assassins inside, and that he would strike Napoleon down himself if ever the general betrayed the people. The grenadiers, perplexed but swayed by Lucien's bravado, rallied. They burst into the hall with fixed bayonets, clearing it of recalcitrant deputies in minutes. Legislators scrambled out windows or bolted for the doors as soldiers occupied the chamber. By evening, Saint-Cloud was silent save for the measured tramp of boots on marble floors. A rump of hand-picked deputies, brought back under bayonet guard, voted to abolish the Directory and appointed a three-man consulate to govern France. The coup, though far messier than planned, had succeeded. Napoleon was named first consul, the dominant position in the new government. As he rode back to Paris that night under escort, he was exhausted but exultant. "The revolution is over," he declared to an aide with quiet triumph. "I am the revolution now." In reality, it was a new beginning. The 30-year-old general had seized control of the nation. Over the next months, Napoleon solidified his power with breathtaking speed and shrewdness. While Sieyès and Ducos, the other two consuls, were shunted aside into irrelevance, Bonaparte set up residence in the Tuileries Palace, the former royal residence, signalling that a new kind of ruler had arrived. He worked ferociously, sometimes 18 hours a day, overseeing everything from military operations to administrative reforms. The third-person omniscient view allows a glimpse into his private routine. Rising before dawn, he would dictate letters to multiple secretaries in succession, his mind leaping from topic to topic, then meet ministers, then generals, sorting each issue with a decisive clarity. He seemed to scarcely need sleep, running on ambition and endless cups of strong coffee. France, weary of a decade of revolutionary chaos, responded enthusiastically to firm leadership, even as Napoleon tightened censorship on the press and set up an efficient secret police under Joseph Fouché. Many welcomed the stability these measures brought. A new slogan appeared: authority, not liberty. The very people who had once shouted for freedom now craved order, and Bonaparte delivered it. Abroad, he continued to prove his genius on the battlefield, further cementing his position at home. In 1800, when Austria threatened to overturn the gains of the revolution, Napoleon led a dramatic crossing of the Alps, guiding the army of the reserve through the high passes with cannon dragged by mules and men, in scenes that would later be immortalised in art, albeit with a white charger he likely never rode. He surprised the Austrians in northern Italy by securing a victory at Marengo in June 1800, a fierce battle where a midday crisis almost led to the French's defeat, but a timely cavalry charge reversed the outcome. Marengo became mythic in France. Napoleon spun it as a grand triumph of his personal leadership. Indeed, when his exhausted troops cheered Vive Bonaparte on the blood-soaked fields of Marengo, it reinforced his near-messianic status. Austria sued for peace, and Britain too signed the Treaty of Amiens in 1802, a rare moment of general European peace that the first consul used to consolidate his regime. During these years, Napoleon revealed himself not just as a brilliant general, but as a statesman of extraordinary talent and contradictions. he set about rebuilding France. The consulate saw sweeping reforms. A new legal code, the Code Civil, Napoleonic Code, was drafted to enshrine equality before the law, property rights, and secular authority. Napoleon took a direct hand in its formulation, personally chairing many sessions of the Council of State, quill in hand, debating points of contract law or inheritance. The code, completed in 1804, eliminated feudal remnants and became one of Napoleon's proudest achievements, a lasting framework of justice. At the same time, he brokered a reconciliation with the Catholic Church through the Concordat of 1801, healing the rift caused by a revolutionary dechristianization. To the horror of ideologues, this pragmatic deal recognised Catholicism as the religion of most Frenchmen, though not the state religion, and restored some church influence, but under Napoleon's terms. The once anti-clerical general understood that to pacify France, he must placate her believers. Thus, in Notre Dame Cathedral, where revolutionaries had once exalted reason, Mass was celebrated again by order of the first consul. No detail of governance escaped him. He created the Bank of France to stabilise the currency, overhauled education with new lycées and scholarships, and reformed taxation so revenues flowed reliably. Roads and bridges were built or repaired across the country. In the twilit halls of the Tuileries, courtiers once again danced at balls, but this time honouring a soldier in place of a king. France was regaining prosperity and confidence under Napoleon's firm hand. All the while, Bonaparte's personal power grew ever more concentrated. In 1802, a national plebiscite de primeur, carefully managed by his officials, made him first consul for life. The result was announced with fanfare, an implausible majority of voters in favour, which flattered him immensely. He would famously dismiss objections by pointing to such plebiscites, claiming he had the people's mandate. An emperor-in-waiting in all but name, he began to envision a dynasty. In the quiet of his private study, he pondered the fates of Caesar and Charlemagne, concluding that the revolution needed the permanence of monarchy in a new form. His siblings were given honours and arranged advantageous marriages. Napoleon was positioning the Bonapartes as France's new royal family, much to the ridicule of some old revolutionaries who muttered that we did not destroy one aristocracy to create another. But many others went along eagerly, trading ideological purity for the trappings of a renewed court. By 1804, foiled plots against his life, such as the infernal machine bomb on a Paris street in 1800, and royalist intrigues provided the pretext to take the final step. In the spring of 1804, evidence of a Bourbon prince's involvement in a conspiracy led Napoleon to order the Duke of Enghien seized from neutral territory and executed, an action that sent a chill through Europe's aristocracy but eliminated a potential figurehead for monarchists. Soon after, the Senate petitioned Napoleon to assume the title of emperor to stabilise the government. It was stage-managed, yet it answered a real yearning among the French for continuity and glory. Napoleon accepted. Another plebiscite was held, again approving by an overwhelming margin that Bonaparte become emperor of the French. On December 2nd, 1804, Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris hosted a coronation the likes of which Europe had not seen in decades. The medieval edifice, once defaced and neglected in the revolutionary turmoil, was lavishly restored and draped in crimson and gold for the occasion. Dignitaries from across Europe, some grudging, others curious, attended. Pope Pius VII himself was brought from Rome to bless the ceremony, a stunning coup that lent a mantle of ancient legitimacy. The atmosphere inside Notre Dame mixed grandeur with spectacle. Incense wafted through the air. Hundreds of candles illuminated the nave, and the 35-year-old Napoleon, clad in robes of velvet and ermine, processed down the aisle to the strains of glorious music. But true to his character, he subtly upended tradition at the climactic moment. As the Pope prepared to anoint and crown him, Napoleon stepped forward, took the crown, a new golden diadem modelled on Charlemagne's, into his hands, and placed it upon his head. The audience gasped softly. It was unheard of for a monarch to crown himself. Then Napoleon crowned Josephine as empress, gently setting a small crown on her bowed head, even as tears of emotion filled her eyes. Their marriage had been rocky over the issue of an heir, but today they presented a united front in majesty. The Pope raised a hand in blessing, effectively ratifying what had already occurred. Observers noted the symbolism. Napoleon signalled that he owed his throne to no one but himself and the French people, by the grace of God and the Constitution of the Republic, as the formula ran. Some detractors whispered it was the ultimate act of Bonaparte's arrogance. Others saw in it the genius of a man who made and recognised his own destiny. Either way, Napoleon had risen from Corsican obscurity to imperial zenith in just 15 years. As the cannons boomed a 21-gun salute across Paris, and the newly crowned emperor stepped out on the cathedral steps, in the same uniform he wore at Marengo beneath the imperial mantle, the crowds acclaimed him wildly. Many had tears in their eyes, believing they beheld the saviour of France crowned in glory. Thus, the French Republic gave way to the French Empire, with Napoleon I on the throne. In him, people saw a rare combination of revolutionary change and traditional authority. He kept the slogan liberty, equality, fraternity on his lips, even as he founded a new nobility, granted marshals princely titles, and sat on a throne. The third-person omniscient perspective discerns in Napoleon a consciousness of this paradox. He sincerely viewed himself as the guarantor of the revolution's core gains, even while accumulating power more absolute than any Bourbon before him. On the night after the coronation in the Tuileries Palace, the emperor sat long awake. The imperial crown rested on a table nearby. Did he feel triumph, or the weight of what he had assumed? Perhaps both. He had achieved grandeur, but the drive that fueled him did not abate. He murmured to one confidant that evening, "I have crowned Josephine, but it is only a wreath on a journey. I refuse to slack off on the throne. We have only begun." Indeed, new horizons of power stretched out before him, kings to topple, nations to found, and an empire that, at its height, would redraw the map of Europe and leave an indelible mark on history. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, he had, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law, who married into the Ancien Regime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian Hohenzollern archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland. His brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia. And in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805 without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two, Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient titles shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the Sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field, Marshal Davout, with a smaller French corps, defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If you were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried, despite the trophy. Napoleon's empire burst onto the world stage with all the pomp of a revived Roman Empire and the energy of a modern nation-state. By 1805, the newly crowned Emperor of the French stood at the apex of his power and charisma. He had transformed France internally, and now he set out to reshape Europe in France's image and under France's domination. Courts across the continent, from Vienna to Berlin, watched the self-made monarch with a mix of awe, fear and loathing. They dubbed him the Corsican ogre in private, yet could not deny his brilliance in war and governance. Napoleon's contradictions were becoming the world's problem. A child of revolution who donned a crown, a promoter of egalitarian law who married into the Ancien Regime in 1809, he divorced Josephine, who had failed to produce an heir, and married Marie-Louise, an Austrian archduchess, thus allying himself to the Habsburgs. At the empire's zenith, roughly 1807 to 1809, it seemed nothing could stand against him. His empire stretched from the Atlantic to the Russian border, from the North Sea to Naples. His brother Joseph sat on the throne in Naples. Joseph also ruled in Spain after 1808. His brother Louis governed in Holland, his brother Jérôme reigned in Westphalia, and in Italy he himself wore the Iron Crown of Lombardy. A veritable family system of Bonapartes replaced old dynasties. Napoleon's marshals, once commoners and soldiers of fortune, now ruled as dukes over conquered provinces. The map of Europe was redrawn with French client republics and kingdoms. Napoleon dismantled the ancient Holy Roman Empire in the German heartland in 1806, erasing a millennium of history in the process. In its place, he created the Confederation of the Rhine under his protection. From Portugal to Prussia, nearly the whole of continental Europe either lay under his direct control or danced to his tune. These years saw Napoleon's military genius at its undisputed peak. The War of the Third Coalition in 1805 brought France head-to-head with Austria, Russia and Britain. Napoleon's response was characteristically audacious. He abandoned his frequently discussed plan to invade Britain, as the Royal Navy still held sway over the seas, and instead he swiftly marched his Grand Armée eastward. In a masterstroke of manoeuvre, he encircled an Austrian army at Ulm in October 1805, without a major fight, forcing its surrender. Then, as an Austrian and Russian combined force attempted to regroup, Napoleon lured them into a trap on the fields of Austerlitz in Moravia. On December 2nd, 1805, exactly 1 year after his coronation, he delivered what he himself regarded as his tactical masterpiece, the Battle of Austerlitz, also called the Battle of the Three Emperors. At dawn, a gentle fog blanketed the plain, concealing parts of the French positions. Napoleon intentionally exposed his right flank to the Allies' attack, and when they succumbed to his deception, he launched an attack on their centre. As the mid-morning sun, the famed Sun of Austerlitz, burned through the mist, the French seized the high Pratzen heights, splitting the enemy army in two. Napoleon galloped past cheering columns as they rolled up the Allied lines. By early afternoon, the coalition army was in full retreat, and thousands of enemy soldiers drowned in the ice of frozen lakes that the French artillery shattered. The victory was complete. Watching the remnants of the Russian army limp away, Napoleon remarked to his marshals with pride, "Gentlemen, remember this day. It may well be the greatest of my life." Indeed, Austerlitz served as the crowning achievement of his imperial reign. Austria capitulated, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory. The Holy Roman Emperor abdicated his ancient title shortly after, effectively ending the Holy Roman Empire. In gratitude, Napoleon's soldiers nicknamed him Le Soleil d'Austerlitz, the Sun of Austerlitz, a symbol of the glory he had brought them. With Austria cowed, Napoleon turned on Prussia in 1806 when that kingdom, belatedly and unwisely, challenged French dominance. The Emperor's response was swift and devastating. In October 1806, he crushed the proud Prussian army in a twin battle on the same day, Jena and Auerstedt. Outside Jena, Napoleon's forces routed a Prussian army, while on a nearby field, Marshal Davout with a smaller French corps defeated the main Prussian army at Auerstedt. Frederick the Great's myth of Prussian military prowess crumbled in a single morning. The French marched into Berlin, and Napoleon visited the tomb of Frederick, contemplatively remarking, "If he were alive, we wouldn't be here today." In a display of both magnanimity and shrewdness, he took the sword of Frederick the Great as he ordered that the fallen Prussian officers be respectfully buried despite the trophy. The Peninsular War, as the conflict in Spain came to be known, became a vicious, years-long guerrilla struggle that Napoleon later referred to as the Spanish Ulcer, draining his resources. It was the first major crack in his empire. The mighty French arm, designed for set-piece battles, found itself bleeding in an asymmetric war of ambushes and reprisals in the Spanish hills. Napoleon himself travelled to Spain in late 1808 to blitz the resisting Spanish armies and did win conventional battles with typical brilliance, but he could not pacify the proud and hostile populace indefinitely. The British seized the chance and landed forces under Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, to support the Spaniards and Portuguese. For the first time, Napoleon's aura of invincibility was under threat by an insurrection and a foreign expedition on his flank. Still, at the Empire's height, these troubles seemed minor compared to the grand canvas of Napoleon's dominance. In 1809, Austria, encouraged by French difficulties in Spain, dared to challenge Napoleon once more. The Emperor responded with swift fury. Though the Austrians surprised him and handed him his first personal defeat in a pitched battle at Aspern-Essling just outside Vienna, where in May 1809 Archduke Charles inflicted heavy losses as Napoleon's attempt to cross the Danube was repelled, the French regrouped. In July, Napoleon spearheaded a significant attack during the Battle of Wagram, a 2-day intense battle on the plains close to Vienna. It was a grim, attritional battle, lacking the elegant manoeuvres of Austerlitz, but Napoleon's larger reserve of men and artillery prevailed. Austria sued for peace again after Wagram. As part of the settlement, and to solidify the new Franco-Austrian amity, Napoleon took the dramatic step of divorcing Josephine, his beloved but now 46-year-old empress, who'd given him no children, and marrying Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria. The act was a profound personal sacrifice for him. Both he and Josephine wept bitterly at their formal parting, despite past infidelities on both sides. Yet Napoleon, ever pragmatic about power, knew the Bonaparte legacy needed an heir of his own blood, and an Austrian princess would bring legitimacy in the eyes of Europe. In 1811, Marie-Louise bore him a son, whom Napoleon grandly titled the King of Rome. At 42, the emperor had a healthy male heir. That year marked the pinnacle of Napoleonic confidence. He spoke of founding a dynasty that would last 100 years. One evening, holding the infant prince in his arms beneath the glow of chandelier light, he is said to have murmured, "You will be my living trophy. You will inherit all I have made." Amidst these triumphs, Napoleon's influence went beyond warfare and politics, leaving an imprint on society and even distant continents. He spread the Napoleonic code to the lands he conquered, laying foundations for legal systems from Italy to the Rhineland, systems that emphasized clear laws and the end of feudal practices. He abolished serfdom in Poland and introduced religious toleration and secular education in many backward corners of Europe. In the German states and elsewhere, his rule inadvertently sparked feelings of nationalism. Subject peoples, even as they resented French domination, also absorbed the ideas of the French Revolution that Napoleon carried with his armies. A young German or Italian, in 1810, might at once hate Napoleon's oppressive taxes and conscription, yet be inspired by the new concepts of liberty and nationhood that came in his wake. The consequences of his reign also rippled across the Atlantic. In 1803, needing funds for war, and sensing that holding territory in America was untenable after losing Haiti to a slave rebellion, Napoleon sold the vast Louisiana Territory to the United States, an act that doubled the size of the young American Republic and reshaped global geopolitics. He quipped that this sale would forever thwart British ambitions in the New World and ensure an American power that could rival England. In a way, he was crafting the future beyond his own empire. Similarly, his toppling of the Spanish regime jolted Spain's colonies in Latin America. Leaders like Simón Bolívar would soon take advantage of the chaos to fight for independence, indirectly influenced by Napoleonic upheaval. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Pspir would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his Grande Armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. However, at the beginning of the 1810s, Napoleon's world appeared to be completely focused on him. He had achieved something unprecedented, a French empire that dominated Europe in a manner not seen since Roman times. Flanked by his marshals at grand victory parades, the Emperor Pspir would stand on a reviewing platform in his iconic bicorn hat and simple green uniform of the Imperial Guard, while thousands of troops passed in martial splendour. Bands played La Marseillaise and other patriotic hymns that once belonged to the Revolution, but were now co-opted to celebrate an emperor. To observers in London or Vienna, it might have looked as if Europe was lost in a trance of Napoleonic glory. And indeed, many of the common folk in France and her satellite states revered Napoleon sincerely, crediting him with delivering efficient government, national pride, and victory after victory. Yet within Napoleon's tight circle there were those who sensed the dangers of hubris creeping in. Talleyrand, his wily foreign minister, till Napoleon dismissed him, once remarked acidly that Napoleon's downfall would be his inability to stop himself. "Il n'a pas de limites," he warned a colleague. "The man knows no limits." Fouché, the police minister, kept secret dossiers mapping discontent and conspiracies, aware that not all hearts were with the emperor. Even some marshals grumbled about the endless wars and their human cost. Mothers across France quietly cursed the emperor, who took their sons year after year for his Grande Armée. The empire was powerful but brittle in places, reliant entirely on one man's brilliance and charisma. In 1812, at the height of his control, Napoleon assembled the largest army Europe had ever seen, over 500,000 men drawn from every corner of his domains, and led them eastward in a campaign that he believed would secure his dominance once and for all. The target, his former ally, the Russian Tsar, who had drifted out of the continental system and defied French influence. Confident in his destiny and accustomed to rapid victories, Napoleon wagered everything on one more lightning war. The Grande Armée, a cosmopolitan host of Frenchmen, Italians, Germans, Poles, and others, marched off with singing and high morale under summer skies. It was the apogee of Napoleon's hubris, an emperor at the peak of his power, thinking the conquest of the vast Russian plains would be but another triumph to notch on his belt. He told a diplomat, "We shall be in Moscow in 2 months." As the column snaked east, drummers tapping out the cadence on dusty roads, and eagles glinting in the sun, none could imagine that the zenith of the empire was also the beginning of a catastrophic decline. For now, though, Napoleon's star blazed as bright as the midday sun. In the minds of many, he was the master of Europe, perhaps even invincible. The thought that this supreme height might precede a fall had not yet troubled the dreams of the Emperor of the French. The act left thousands on the far bank who shouted as the remaining escape path burned. Early December saw the Grande Armée, possibly 20,000 ragged, frost-bitten survivors from 600,000, stagger into Poland and Prussia. Napoleon sighed with satisfaction when he entered friendly territory, after narrowly escaping arrest multiple times during the retreat. The cost was nearly unfathomable. The Russian winter, attacks and starvation reduced the overwhelming force entering Russia. Less than 10% survived. Snow shattered Napoleon's European invincibility. Paris rumours about the disaster foreshadowed his return. Napoleon abandoned the remaining troops and rode a sled back to France incognito, and quickly in December 1812. He left Marshal Ney and others to oversee the terrible retreat. Napoleon left his forces to avert a domestic coup. A general named Mallet had launched a strange coup in Paris, falsely announcing Napoleon's death, illustrating how delicate things were. Napoleon crossed blizzards day and night to Paris before the year's end. He made the country believe everything was fine, masking the devastation. Short-lived facade. After Russia won, Europe's rulers formed a coalition to destroy the weaker empire. Prussia joined Russia against France in early 1813. Austria prepared to jump. Napoleon quickly recruited youngsters and last resort reserves to replace his veterans. As before, he examined maps and made massive plans to defeat the Allies. He was still alive, but reality was looming. His marshals feared he could win an interminable war because the French were exhausted. Napoleon returned triumphantly in mid-1813. In March 1813, he beat the Russo-Prussian army at Lutzen and Bautzen with hardly trained conscripts, demonstrating his operational competence. He hoped to prevent catastrophe again. Too many odds were against him. October 1813 saw the Battle of Leipzig, later renamed the Battle of Nations, in Saxony. 3 days of fierce fighting between Napoleon's marshals and guard and a combined Russian, Prussian, Austrian and Swedish army. Napoleon was outnumbered roughly 2-1. Attrition and hostile teamwork defeated him despite his expertise and bravery. A scared French officer blew up a crucial bridge too early, trapping a rearguard on the wrong side of the river to be captured. Napoleon lost the biggest battle in European history, ending French rule in Germany. Many of Napoleon's German allies defected. The Rhine Confederation fell. While retreating over the Elster River, his beloved Polish hero, Marshal Poniatowski, drowned. Napoleon retreated to France with his 70,000 defeated soldiers, resolved to fight. In early 1814, the Allies invaded France, expecting a quick march to Paris. Napoleon's little force defeated elements of the bigger Allied soldiers in the 6 Days Campaign in February 1814, one of his most successful defensive campaigns, often overlooked. His youthful mobility and skill surprised his opponents at Champaubert, Montmirail and Montereau. Seeing the Emperor sprint like a firefighter gave French peasants hope. Math told him he was too outnumbered to win. Despite his few victories, the Allies reached Paris by late March 1814. After Marshals Marmont and Mortier, left to defend Paris, concluded resistance was pointless. The coalition army took it practically in peace. After centuries without foreign rule, the victorious Tsar Alexander, King Frederick William of Prussia and other dignitaries entered Paris on March 31st, 1814. Parisians flocked to the boulevards in despair or relief as Napoleon's epic adventure ended. Napoleon was outraged and unhappy in Fontainebleau following Paris's loss. He pondered marching his remaining men to seize the city. His marshals confronted him, exhausted and honest for the first time. Marshals Ney, Oudinot and Lefebvre, who had followed him across Europe, advised him to reason. They claimed France was defeated and resistance would be fatal. Napoleon was furious, accusing them of cowardice and betrayal. He faced reality alone in Fontainebleau at night. The Allies sought his unconditional surrender. Even his stepson Eugène and brother Joseph persuaded him to submit for the nation. Marshals Ney and MacDonald issued a stunning ultimatum on April 4th, 1814. Philippe must abdicate before the army could march on Paris. Napoleon abdicated for his son, expecting an Allied regency. When rejected, he realised the game was over. Napoleon abdicated on April 11th, 1814, relinquishing French regal rights. He received an annual stipend and a modest guard on Elba, a small Italian island, from the Allies, a beautiful prison for a fallen king. Napoleon said goodbye to his old guard in Fontainebleau's courtyard on April 20th, 1814. France would remember a touching scene. Napoleon continued speaking with a steady, impassioned voice, saying to the soldiers of my old guard, I bid you farewell. You have been my constant companion on the path to honour and glory for 20 years. Do not mourn my fate. I want to document our wonderful deeds. Sweet kids, goodbye. Napoleon. Veteran grenadiers of 12 campaigns cried. The Emperor kissed the imperial eagle flag one last time and hugged General Petit, who was holding the regimental eagle. He said, Goodbye, kids, raising his hand in salutation. Napoleon, despite his best efforts, jumped into a carriage crying. That night, many jaded soldiers lay under the stars, unsure of France's or their future without l'Empereur. A veteran murmured, It's over. A wonderful person left. An imaginary kingdom held European ruler Napoleon Bonaparte captive. He arrived at Elba, 119 square miles of rugged terrain and vineyards in Tuscany, in late April 1814. He was rarely self-pitying. Keeping the title Emperor, the Allies gave him the name as a polite fiction, he established a small court in Portoferraio, Elba's main town, and reigned like France in miniature. Napoleon was restless on Elba for 9 months. He studied Lilliputian's iron mines and quarries, planned to modernise agriculture, and designed a flag, a diagonal band of white with red and bees, symbolising industriousness and potentially nodding to his imperial emblem. He formed a small navy and army with a few ships and hundreds of people, including a loyal Old Guard detachment. He rode tight routes, inspected olive orchards, and talked to port fishermen, villagers said. His micromanagement improved roads, built a small hospital, and accelerated tax collection. Elba's people were amazed and perplexed that this powerful man cared about their humble life. A friendly Elban elder joked, He thinks he's still ruling the world. Napoleon's vigour overwhelmed Elba's idyllic appearance. Connections and newspapers kept him abreast of French and European happenings. This information gnawed at him. The restored Bourbon monarch Louis XVIII was unpopular in France. The arrogant return of the old aristocracy led to the dismissal of many Napoleon-affiliated French officers and bureaucrats. Rumours of royalist revenge and economic recession circulated. Peasants feared the Bourbons would retake their gains after Napoleon's reign. During a congress of the great countries in Vienna to redraw Europe's map after Napoleon's fall, the British may send Napoleon to a remote Atlantic rock if he becomes too difficult in Elba. The island felt like a gilded prison. The Bonaparte family was infamous for their infighting, and Napoleon's mother and sister clashed often. Napoleon's busy mind was bored. He was sad looking at the sea via a telescope from Elba's cliffs in early 1815. I live like a sleeping volcano, read one letter. He could not bear the world going on without him. His insatiable ambition and fate won. In late February 1815, Napoleon returned to France to reclaim his crown after hearing the Congress of Vienna was in disorder, and France's anger with Louis XVIII was growing. It appeared impossible. An expelled emperor escorted by Allied ships trying to incite a civilian insurrection to overthrow a reconstituted monarchy. Napoleon had the ability to bring dreams to life. Napoleon fled Elba on February 26, 1815, under loose guards. He travelled to France with several hundred loyal warriors aboard the ship Inconstant and on numerous smaller vessels to evade British surveillance. He escaped capture on the voyage by chance and daring. Napoleon stared at the prow with a familiar fire as the Côte d'Azur appeared. "France is ours," he informed his troops. Bonaparte believed Louis XVIII's France would fail. On March 1st, 1815, the French Riviera witnessed an astonishing sight. Napoleon Bonaparte, the exiled emperor, landed near Cannes with a tiny force and unfurled his tricolour flag once more. Dressed in his trademark grey greatcoat and cocked hat, he stepped ashore and proclaimed, "I have come to save France." Thus began the episode known as the 100 Days, a final blaze of Napoleon's meteoric life. He marched northward, avoiding the royalist stronghold of Provence, choosing the Alpine route through the Dauphiné. His band was small, barely 1,000 men, but as they advanced, Napoleon's charisma and France's simmering discontent began to work miracles. At town after town, locals, especially veterans and peasants, turned out with curiosity and growing enthusiasm. To many, the news of his return felt like a long-lost family member coming home. A pivotal moment came on March 7th near the mountain town of Laffrey. Royal troops of the 5th Regiment, under orders to arrest the usurper, confronted Napoleon on the road. The two forces faced each other, nervous and silent. Napoleon, fearless, strode forward alone, flung open his coat to bare his chest, and shouted to the soldiers arrayed against him, "Soldiers, if there is one among you who wants to kill his general, his emperor, here I am." For a tense heartbeat, no one moved. Then, in an emotional rush, the royal troops erupted in cheers. "Vive l'Empereur" rang out as they threw down their white Bourbon cockades and surged toward Napoleon. The men of the 5th joined Napoleon's ranks in unison. Eyewitnesses saw veterans crying and laughing as they embraced their former leader. Word quickly spread throughout the countryside. Napoleon had returned, and the army was uniting behind him. King Louis XVIII's attempts to muster resistance faltered, as one regiment after another either went over to Bonaparte or melted away. Ney, once Napoleon's trusted bravest of the brave, had initially promised the king he would bring Napoleon back in an iron cage, but confronted with the fervour of his troops for the emperor, Ney too defected, overwhelmed by old loyalties and perhaps the irresistible tide of sentiment. By March 20th, Napoleon reached Paris. Louis XVIII had already fled into exile, supposedly leaving so hastily that he lost a shoe, thus giving a touch of farce to the Bourbon king's second departure. That night, Napoleon entered the Tuileries to the ecstatic roar of Parisians who, just weeks earlier, had been murmuring against him as the ogre. Public opinion had once again whiplashed. Remarkably, in a matter of 20 days, without a single shot fired in anger, Napoleon had regained his throne. It was one of the most dramatic political. The comebacks in history serve as a testament to his unequalled ability to inspire or intimidate, and they also reflect the French people's ambivalence about the restored monarchy. The tricolour flew once more from public buildings. In the streets people sang La Marseillaise and lit bonfires. Napoleon moved quickly to consolidate this unexpected second chance. He sent letters professing peaceful intentions and offering new alliances. He even adopted a more liberal tone, promulgating a revised constitution, the Additional Act, that granted a freer press and a constitutional monarchy-style government, an olive branch to liberals and to moderates in France who wanted reform. The emperor claimed he had learned from exile and now desired to be a benign ruler of a free people. Many were sceptical of this late-hour conversion to liberalism, but they preferred him to the Bourbons regardless. However, Napoleon's escape and restoration shook Europe. The crowned heads at the Congress of Vienna were aghast and furious. A coalition of practically every other European power, Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia and others, immediately formed, declaring Napoleon an outlaw and enemy of world peace. "The devil has been unchained," said the Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich, encapsulating the shocked outrage of the aristocracies. The aristocracies quickly mobilised their idle armies to decisively crush Napoleon. Napoleon, aware that diplomacy was hopeless, the Allies refused anything short of his second abdication, prepared for war with a mix of urgency and confidence. He had perhaps 125,000 soldiers of the regular army immediately at hand, plus volunteers swelling the ranks daily. Both veterans and new recruits were present, many driven by a patriotic zeal to ensure that foreign monarchs would not dictate to France. He also reconstituted the formidable Imperial Guard. Still, facing him would soon be several massive Allied armies converging from all sides, potentially over 500,000 men. Napoleon's strategic instinct guided him to swiftly and forcefully attack the closest adversaries before the coalition could fully unite. He famously said to his marshals, "We must make a campaign that is prompt and energetic, as in the days of our youth." In June 1815 he marched into what is now Belgium, then part of the United Kingdom of the Netherlands, to preempt the Anglo-Dutch army under the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army under Marshal Blücher, hoping to defeat each in turn. On June 16, 1815, Napoleon's Armée du Nord clashed with the Prussians at Ligny and the Anglo-Allied forces at Quatre Bras. Napoleon defeated Blücher at Ligny, marking it as his last victory. However, it was not a rout since Blücher's Prussians withdrew in good order, bruised but not broken. Marshal Ney's fight at Quatre Bras against Wellington's forces was inconclusive. Ney was unable to prevent Wellington from later pulling back to a defensive position near the village of Waterloo. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's British-led Allied army on the rolling plateau of Mont Saint-Jean just south of Waterloo. The ground had been soaked by heavy rains the night before, delaying Napoleon's attack until late morning while it dried. Napoleon's fate would be decided on a field of clover and rye, 1 mile long and 3 miles wide, with Wellington's scarlet-coated infantry and Union Jack flags arrayed against the tricolour standards of France. Wellington, an experienced defensive general, had arrayed his 68,000 troops behind gentle ridges and in strong points like the farm of La Haye-Sainte, and he anxiously awaited the arrival of Blücher's Prussians to bolster him. Napoleon had around 72,000 troops, including the redoubtable Imperial Guard, but he too was looking over his shoulder for the Prussians, hoping his subordinate Marshal Grouchy would keep them at bay. The Battle of Waterloo was fierce and unrelenting, a true endgame between the era's greatest commanders. Napoleon launched a midday assault with a grand battery of artillery and a main attack against the Allied centre, while Ney led cavalry charges that thundered against Wellington's infantry squares. The British and their allies held firm on the ridge despite horrific losses. By late afternoon, Ney, misunderstanding an enemy movement, mistakenly believed the Anglo-Allied line was faltering and led one of military history's most infamous mass cavalry charges. Dozens of squadrons with glittering cuirasses and pennants thundering over the ridge without infantry or artillery support. They were met by the resolute infantry squares. Wellington's soldiers, in silent rows behind bayonets, endured repeated waves of French horsemen swirling around their bristling squares, unable to break them. Ney's valour was undeniable. His horse was shot from under him 5 times that day, but the charges gained nothing but heaps of dead men and horses. Napoleon watched this spectacle, and reportedly exclaimed that Ney had gone mad. As the afternoon wore on, news reached Napoleon that Prussian forces were approaching from the east. Blücher was coming, fulfilling his promise to Wellington. "For the love of God, come as fast as you can. We'll fight to the last man." Indeed, by early evening, Prussian advance units under Bülow attacked the French right flank at the village of Plancenoit, forcing Napoleon to divert troops, including part of the Young Guard, to hold them off. The iron vice was closing. With time dwindling, Napoleon took a final risk. He committed his Imperial Guard, his most loyal and elite battalions, in a final bid to break Wellington's centre before the Prussians could fully unite with the Allies. These battle-hardened veterans, short but tall in reputation, marched up the ridge in solid columns, drums beating the pas de charge. "Vive l'Empereur!" they cried as Napoleon watched them go, these men who had never tasted defeat. The Allied line buckled under the initial impact, but Wellington had kept some units in reserve lying down behind the ridge. At his command, the British Guards and other units stood up at close range and poured volleys into the flanks of the advancing Guard columns. A brutal firefight ensued near the summit of the ridge. Under hailstorms of musket balls and grape shot, for the first time in memory, the Imperial Guard recoiled. The cry went up among the Allied troops, "La Garde recule," which means, "the Guard is falling back." Shock rippled through the French lines. Disbelief turned to panic as the Guard's retreat became general. Wellington seized the moment, waving his hat and ordering a general advance all along the line. Blücher's Prussians, now arriving in force, sashed into the French right. Napoleon's army, exhausted and with its morale shattered, began to disintegrate. On a gentle slope, a square of the Old Guard formed to act as a rearguard for the fleeing army. Surrounded by Allied forces, they were given a chance to surrender. One apocryphal version tells that when called to yield, a guard general, perhaps Cambronne, retorted, "La garde meurt mais ne se rend pas," The guard dies but does not surrender, followed by a defiant merde. When eventually overwhelmed, many of these steadfast grenadiers indeed died where they stood rather than capitulate. Among the chaos, Napoleon, who had remained on the field until the guard's repulse, almost fell into enemy hands. As all seemed lost, his marshals persuaded him to depart. He fled the field in a carriage as darkness fell, racing back toward Paris, his dream of renewed glory shattered. The Battle of Waterloo was over. Napoleon's final gamble had failed. Napoleon reportedly said, "C'est fini alors," "It's finished then," as he left. Back in Paris, Napoleon attempted to rally support for continuing resistance. But the political will was gone. The legislature turned against him, and even the ever-loyal Marshal Ney now urged abdication, saying another round of civil war would ruin France. On June 22, 1815, Napoleon abdicated for the second time in favour of his young son Napoleon II, though the Allies ignored this and restored Louis XVIII again. He then made his way to the Atlantic coast, initially hoping to escape to the United States. For weeks he lingered at Rochefort, with 2 British warships blocking any attempt to sail. Finally, realising he could not elude the global reach of British sea power, Napoleon surrendered himself to the British Captain Maitland of HMS Bellerophon on July 15, 1815. He perhaps expected he would be treated as a former head of state and allowed retirement in Britain or elsewhere. Instead, the British, driven by their government's resolve that he never trouble the world again, decided to send him to the remote South Atlantic island of St. Helena, far from any European shore. In October 1815, Napoleon arrived at this stark volcanic island, roughly 1,200 miles from the coast of Africa. Thus began his second, final exile on a speck of land that was essentially an open-air prison. He was 46 years old. The climate was damp, the terrain rugged but confined. There would be no dramatic escape or return from this place. The British governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, was dutiful and watchful, restricting Napoleon's movements to prevent any chance of rescue. Napoleon was given a residence, Longwood House, which was damp, windswept and hardly comfortable by imperial standards. He passed the next almost 6 years in a strange half-life. A small cohort of loyal followers voluntarily accompanied him, Generals Bertrand and Montholon, Count de la Cassez, and his valet Marchand among others, and they formed a tiny court in exile. Napoleon established a daily routine, dictating his memoirs and thoughts to his companions, especially Las Cases, who recorded his conversations in what would become the Memorial of St. Helena, tending a small garden, reading voraciously history and literature and the newspapers when he could get them, and taking the occasional ride or walk when his health allowed. Over time, his robust constitution began to fail. He grew stout from lack of exercise and rich food. They still dined formally each night on silver plate, maintaining pretences of an imperial household. He suffered from what appeared to be a stomach ailment, perhaps an ulcer or ultimately stomach cancer. His father had died of stomach cancer too. Some speculated he was being slowly poisoned. Indeed, arsenic was later found in hair samples, though modern historians lean towards natural illness exacerbated by the conditions and possibly the arsenic present in things like the wallpaper dye. Emotionally and intellectually, Napoleon oscillated between boredom, bitterness, and reflective calm. He would spend hours mapping out alternative histories, what he should have done at Waterloo, or regretting not crushing the Prussians more decisively earlier, or lamenting the folly of the Russian campaign. At other times, he would delve into philosophical discussions about fate and the future generations. He once stated, "They wanted me to be another Washington," referring to how Britain might have expected him to quietly retire and farm, but they will not find another Washington in me. As months turned to years, Napoleon became preoccupied with shaping his legacy. In dictation sessions, he portrayed himself as the champion of the people's rights against reactionary monarchs and as a soldier-philosopher who spread revolutionary ideals. He insisted that his true glory was not the 40 battles he won, for defeat at Waterloo overshadowed them, but what will live forever is my civil code, the administrative reforms, the memory of a nation I transformed. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France glory, l'armée, tête d'armée, Joséphine. France, the army, head of the army, Joséphine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. He described the Grande Armée as a band of brothers who achieved the impossible out of love for France. He even expressed some remorse, or at least sadness, over the human cost of his ambitions. At times, sitting on the porch at Longwood, gazing at the Atlantic rollers under a grey sky, one imagines Napoleon pondering the ultimate futility of worldly power. Nevertheless, he never lost a certain pride and combativeness. When Sir Hudson Lowe would visit with petty regulations or refuse him the title of Emperor in correspondence, the British addressed him as General Bonaparte, Napoleon would bristle with anger, sometimes refusing to see the governor at all, cloaking himself in dignified silence. His entourage remained fiercely loyal, sharing in these indignities. In 1818, Las Cases was deported by le milieu for allegedly trying to smuggle letters to Europe. Napoleon was outraged, but he continued his dictations with others. Over time, reports of his declining health reached Europe and softened some hearts. Even royalists in France became less harsh, and a simmering Bonapartist sentiment emerged. In 1821, as Napoleon's condition worsened, constant abdominal pain, nausea, and physical weakening, he took to bed. In April, he sensed the end was near and made a will, famously asking to be buried on the banks of the Seine, among the French people whom I have loved so much. On May the 5th, 1821, during a ferocious storm, Napoleon died. His last words, murmured in delirium, were recorded by those at his bedside as France glory, l'armée, tête d'armée, Joséphine. France, the army, head of the army, Joséphine. Even at the final moment, his mind clung to what he cherished. His country, his soldiers, his glory, and perhaps a fleeting thought of the first wife he had loved. Napoleon was buried on St. Helena in a shaded valley, in a modest grave marked only by a simple tombstone. The British, wary of any symbol, left it nameless. But death only magnified the legend. Within years, memoirs like the Memorial of St. Helena spread across Europe, painting Napoleon as a romantic hero and martyr of sorts, the great man undone by fate and the malice of lesser men. The term Napoleon complex would come to describe not psychological height issues, but the complexity of his historical image. Tyrant or enlightened ruler, military genius or reckless conqueror. In 1840, as political tides changed in France, King Louis-Philippe obtained permission to bring Napoleon's remains home. In a grand state ceremony, Napoleon's body was exhumed, found remarkably well preserved, and transported to Paris. Lined by hundreds of thousands of silent onlookers, his coffin passed under the Arc de Triomphe, that monument he commissioned at the height of his power, and he was finally laid to rest with full honours in a red porphyry sarcophagus at Les Invalides. France thus symbolically reconciled with her prodigal son. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, the young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms, before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the Empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost. Yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers. And increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry manoeuvres. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by the scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds. Using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades, the Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskynesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskynesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes king of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephant shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him. That the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, He fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England, hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common-law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability, though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions. They raised children together, but the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms. both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond.
In 1723, Franklin fled his apprenticeship, technically violating the terms of the indenture. He travelled to New York, seeking work as a printer, but found no opportunities there. Undeterred, he moved on to Philadelphia, arriving at the age of 17. Philadelphia, then the largest city in the colonies, was a bustling hub of commerce and culture. Franklin's arrival was unremarkable. He carried little money and no connections, but his determination and resourcefulness would soon set him apart. In Philadelphia, Franklin secured work at a printing house run by Samuel Keimer. His skill and work ethic quickly earned him a reputation as a competent printer, and he began to establish connections within the city's vibrant intellectual and entrepreneurial circles. It was during this time that Franklin met Deborah Reed, the woman who would later become his wife, though their early interactions were complicated. Franklin also caught the attention of Pennsylvania Governor William Keith, who promised to support him in starting his own printing business. With Keith's encouragement, Franklin travelled to London in 1724 to procure printing equipment. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Keith's promises of financial backing were empty. Stranded in London without resources, Franklin took work at a printing house and honed his craft further. The experience broadened his horizons and exposed him to the bustling intellectual and cultural life of the British capital. Despite the hardships, Franklin took advantage of the opportunity to learn, read, and network. Franklin returned to Philadelphia in 1726, determined to succeed on his terms. He partnered briefly with Hugh Meredith to establish a printing business, which soon flourished. Franklin's natural business acumen and tireless work ethic allowed him to buy out Meredith's share and assume full control of the enterprise. By 1729, Franklin had acquired the Pennsylvania Gazette, which he transformed into one of the most influential newspapers in the colonies. The Gazette was notable not only for its quality of writing, but also for Franklin's willingness to tackle controversial topics and champion the cause of public good. Around this time, Franklin began publishing Poor Richard's Almanac under the pseudonym Richard Saunders. First released in 1732, the almanac combined practical advice, weather forecasts, and humour with moral aphorisms and reflections on human behaviour. It became wildly popular, with annual editions selling thousands of copies. Phrases such as "early to bed and early to rise" makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, and "a penny saved is a penny earned" became household sayings, demonstrating Franklin's knack for distilling wisdom into memorable, practical advice. Franklin's success as a printer and writer allowed him to pursue other interests. A polymath with an insatiable curiosity, he delved into science, philosophy, and civic initiatives. In 1731, he founded the Library Company of Philadelphia, the first lending library in America, which gave ordinary citizens access to books and fostered a culture of learning. Franklin also established a firefighting company, a public hospital, and a city improvement society, reflecting his belief in civic responsibility.
As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated Assembly and the Penn-Family proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the Revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts. Clad in a fur cap instead of a wig, Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention. Yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals describing dire needs arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics, while some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticized the revolution. King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarized his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted and did it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognized that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognized that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Carbureau encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena, the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and burgs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes, reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialised items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses, regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advise sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially, for proper digestion. Then turning to the left side in deep sleep, advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimising airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customised their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees. Personalised comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximise morning light exposure. An architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognise for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatised, individualised approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behaviour wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep, separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matines, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceived new designs, farmers planned seasonal rotations, and merchants planned business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence carpenter guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still used straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability, similar to modern high-end mattresses. Medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types: neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects, allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognized noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rushlights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signalled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought. Even bed-making was ritualized, according to household sources. Medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manorial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households. For quieter, more introspective conversation, a 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, "The day is now put away." Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprise mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Night watch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age, establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognized this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognizing. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, the noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants, near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social levelling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritized privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep-natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialization and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardized waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residents and individual beds replace medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenized sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honors sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritizes eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighborhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalized support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality, and built social norms to protect it. Unlike modern production cultures, the slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep, but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honor our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. When we think of the Great Depression, we see dust storms and breadlines and sepia. Before we can appreciate the psychological impact of the economic collapse, we must remember the world that was lost. A world of extraordinary optimism and excessive consumerism that few today can imagine. By 1988, Americans believed in endless prosperity almost religiously. The typical manufacturing pay has increased by approximately 40% since the early 1920s. Most new urban homes have indoor plumbing, long a luxury. In less than a decade, car ownership rose from 8 million to 23 million. Perhaps most telling, 40% of American families, not just the wealthy but teachers, clerks and factory workers, invested in the stock market. "We thought we'd discovered economic immortality," said Philadelphia radio salesperson Martin Steinberg. "My customers bought Philcos and RCAs on installment plans with 10% down. I set up their new consoles as they discussed their investments. Milkman gave stock advice. Stock tips were given to the shoeshine boy. Those should have been warning signs, but we were drunk with affluence." Often forgotten is how boom times generated a strange isolation. Extended families that lived together for economic reasons split into nuclear units. Many young couples bought homes in new projects far from parents and grandparents. Americans' individualism and materialism damaged community institutions. Sunday became a day for new car drives, reducing church attendance. Local social clubs became commercial entertainment establishments. "When the crash came, we discovered how much we'd sacrificed for material goods," remarked late 1920s Boston girl Eleanor Winthrop. At an insurance company, my father was well positioned. We owned a Packard, Frigidaire, and phone. We scarcely knew our neighbours. Everyone competed for new gadgets and things. We had little. When my father lost his job in 1930, we had limited resources. They didn't know us well enough to help, and we were ashamed to ask for assistance. American society's atomization would be deadly during the economic crisis. Many families suffered alone without community safety nets. American banks were unexpectedly vulnerable to financial instability's first tremors. In the 1920s, bank accounts were uninsured, unlike today's FDIC-insured deposits. Most Americans didn't know their deposits financed speculative investments. People viewed the collapse of rural banks in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as a local issue, affecting backward rural communities. Continental Illinois Bank teller Harold Jenkins recalls the denial. "Management assured us these rural bank failures in 28 were isolated cases attributable to deteriorating agricultural prices. The crucial connections were missed. Our loan officers approved mortgages with low down payments and margin loans for stock buyers. After the crash, our leaders claimed a correction." This institutional blindness included government. In early 1930, Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon famously said, "Gentlemen, liquidate labour, stocks, farms and real estate. We will eradicate the rot." A virtually medieval understanding of Nomics held that economic hardship was necessary to purify and rebuild the economy. This approach would delay significant involvement until millions were bankrupt. The psychological modifications forced on everyday Americans were most acute. The 1920s influenced consumer behaviour significantly. Advertisements pitched products as conveniences and identity markers. A car or cigarette brand defined one's social status. Many suffered financial and existential crises when these material indicators disappeared. "We lost more than our money," said Mildred Hayes, a store clerk. "We forgot who we were. The life and future stories we told ourselves crashed. My husband was promoted to floor manager. We saved for a suburban house down payment. After his job loss, we moved in with his parents and slept on a fold-out couch in their parlour. How do you explain this reversal?" For millions of Americans, this cognitive dissonance between expectations and reality defined the early Depression. The world they were promised had vanished overnight, leaving them in strange territory without maps or goal guides. The financial collapse of 1929 to 1933 wasn't just about stock market losses affecting wealthy investors. What truly devastated ordinary Americans was the destruction of the banking system and, with it, their life savings. Between 1930 and 1933, over 9,000 banks failed, nearly 40% of all banks in the United States. Each closure triggered cascading losses in communities where those banks operated. Unlike today's news cycle, which might report bank failures as abstract statistics, those closures were visceral, community-altering events. "I was walking to school when I saw the crowd outside First National," remembered Eunice Templeton, who was 12 years old in Galesburg, Illinois, when her town's largest bank closed. People were pounding on the doors, some women were crying. Mr. Hobart, who owned the hardware store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. "My father lost $800, his entire savings. That night, Mother cut up an old dress to make me a new one for school. We have to be creative now," she said, her voice all tight like she was holding something back. What's rarely discussed in Depression histories is how the crisis transformed attitudes toward money itself. Before 1929, cash had been migrating from the mattress to the bank account as Americans embraced financial institutions. After the banking collapse, many developed a profound distrust of banks that would last generations. Communities responded by developing extraordinary alternatives to traditional currency. In Minneapolis, the organized unemployed created scrip certificates tied to hours of work. In California's Imperial Valley, farmers traded promissory notes backed by future crops. In Seattle, professionals formed exchange networks where doctors and lawyers traded services directly with plumbers and electricians. Wayne Thornton, a plumbing contractor in Des Moines, described his experience. "Money just disappeared. I had customers who needed leaks fixed but couldn't pay cash. I started taking chickens, home-canned vegetables, and even furniture in exchange for work. My secretary kept a ledger of who owed what. By 1922, I was only getting about 30% of my payments in actual currency. The rest was barter or promises." This collapse of conventional currency revealed something profound about money itself, that it exists primarily as a social agreement rather than an inherent value. When that agreement faltered, communities improvised alternatives based on trust and shared necessity. For children, the Depression's monetary lessons were particularly complex. Catherine Wagner, who grew up in San Francisco, recalled, "My father had been a successful attorney before the crash. Suddenly, he was accepting payment in firewood or fish. I remember asking for a nickel for candy, and my mother cried, not because we didn't have a nickel, we did, but because she understood that money now had to be hoarded, save for absolute necessities." The Depression's monetary transformation was also visible in how physical currency was treated. Bills were pressed flat, coins were counted repeatedly, and cash was hidden in increasingly creative locations. Laura Hillman, whose father was a bank manager in Cincinnati, described finding money throughout their home after his death in 1940. There were silver dollars sewn into the hems of curtains, bills tucked between book pages, coins in sealed mason jars buried in the garden. Father knew better than anyone how fragile banks were, and it marked him permanently. Beyond the practical aspects of money's transformation was a deeper philosophical shift. Americans who had embraced consumer culture and defined themselves through purchases now found themselves questioning the basis of value itself. The arbitrary nature of monetary value became unavoidably apparent when homes with $5,000 mortgages sold at auction for $1,000, and when a skilled labourer's daily wage fell from $4 to $1, if work could be found at all. We realised money was fictional, explained former banker Thomas Whitfield. Not just paper money, but the whole concept. A house didn't change physically when its price dropped 80%, but suddenly the bank said it was worth a fifth of what they'd claimed last year. A man's labour didn't change when his wage was cut, but now an hour of sweat was worth half what it had been. This change made people question everything. This questioning extended to authority itself. When Presidents Hoover and Roosevelt made pronouncements about the economy, many Americans had become skeptical of official narratives. Having watched sound banks collapse and blue-chip stocks become worthless, they developed a wariness toward institutional pronouncements that would influence American politics for decades. The Depression's monetary chaos also produced unexpected social effects. As cash became scarce, those who still had it gained outsized influence. Small-town bankers who had maintained liquidity, landlords who owned properties outright, and business owners who had avoided debt found themselves with disproportionate community power. This shift created new social hierarchies based less on traditional status markers and more on financial prudence, a virtue that had been largely dismissed during the exuberant 1920s. The social order flipped, observed Harriet Crawley, a schoolteacher from Virginia. The flashy spenders of the 20s were now destitute, while cautious savers became community leaders. Everyone thought our principal was a frugal miser, but he was the only one who could provide small loans to prevent faculty members from losing their homes. His influence grew tremendously. The psychological impact of the Depression created wounds that statistics can't capture, invisible scars that shaped behaviours, relationships and worldviews for generations. While historians often focus on economic metrics, the true legacy lived in changed minds and hearts. For adults who had established identities and expectations before the crash, the psychological toll was particularly severe. Dr. Edwin Matthews, who practiced medicine in Cleveland throughout the 1930s, observed, "I treated physical ailments, malnutrition, tuberculosis exacerbated by poor housing, industrial injuries, but the most common problems were psychological. Insomnia plagued former businessmen. Digestive disorders affected women trying to feed families on inadequate budgets. I observed tremors in hands that had previously been steady. These stress-related ailments rarely appear in depression statistics, yet they affected millions. More startling were the invisible behavioural changes. People who had been outgoing became withdrawn. Decision-making became paralysed by fear. Marriages strained under financial pressure developed communication patterns centred on avoidance rather than confrontation. My mother changed completely," said Richard Neville, who was 10 years old when his father lost his accounting position in 1931. Before, she'd been the neighbourhood social organiser, card parties, community theatre, church events. After we lost our home and moved to a rental across town, she stopped seeing friends entirely. She'd say she was too busy, but I'd find her sitting motionless by the window for hours. The woman, once the heart of our community, became nearly mute. This social withdrawal emerged as a common coping mechanism. Shame about downward mobility led many to isolate themselves rather than maintain relationships that reminded them of their losses. This isolation often compounded depression, creating cycles of emotional decline that remained unaddressed in an era when mental health care was primitive and stigmatized. For children, the psychological impacts manifested differently. Many developed extreme risk aversion and preoccupation with security that would influence their adult decisions decades later. School teachers reported students hoarding lunch leftovers and school supplies. Children as young as 6 began asking anxious questions about family finances. Clara Mortensen, who taught 3rd grade in Omaha, noted, "Before the Depression, children would trade sandwich halves or share treats. By 1932, I observed students carefully wrapping uneaten portions to take home. They'd count crayons repeatedly to ensure none were lost. These weren't behaviours their parents had directly taught them. The children were absorbing the anxiety from the atmosphere around them." What's particularly striking about Depression-era psychology was the disproportionate impact on men. In a culture that primarily defined masculine success through providership, unemployment profoundly impacted the core of male identity. Women, though certainly not immune to depression trauma, often had secondary identities as caregivers and home managers that remained intact despite financial collapse. Henry Gladwell, who spent 2 years riding the rails after losing his factory job in Akron, described this gender differential. A man without work in those days wasn't a man at all. Women could still be mothers and wives without paychecks. Women faced severe hardships, but their experiences were different from men's. For us men, unemployment wasn't just economic hardship, it was emasculation. Some fellows I knew would leave home each morning pretending to seek employment, but would actually spend the day in the public library just to maintain the fiction that they were still trying. This gendered experience created lasting imprints on family dynamics. Children who watched fathers struggle with identity loss often developed complex relationships with authority and achievement. Many Depression-era children grew up to become workaholics, driving themselves relentlessly to avoid the vulnerability they had witnessed in their parents. The psychological impact extended to how people viewed institutions. Trust in banks, corporations, and government suffered damage that would never fully heal. For many who had believed in American capitalism as an essentially fair system that rewarded hard work, the Depression destroyed this foundational assumption. "My father was a true believer in the American dream," explained Catherine Oakes, whose family lost their Michigan farm to foreclosure. "He'd immigrated from Poland, worked 18 hours a day, and saved every penny. When the bank took our farm, something broke in him. Not just sadness. His entire worldview collapsed. He'd believed there was a moral order where virtue was rewarded. After that, he viewed all institutions with suspicion. He wouldn't even trust the post office with packages." This institutional distrust manifested in behaviours that outsiders often found incomprehensible. People who had survived bank failures might divide their modest savings between multiple hiding places. Important documents were kept at home rather than in safe deposit boxes. Government assistance programs were viewed with suspicion, even by those who desperately needed help. Perhaps most profoundly, the Depression altered America's relationship with possibility itself. The assumption that tomorrow would likely be better than today, a quintessentially American outlook, was replaced for many by a persistent expectation of calamity. This anticipatory anxiety became so ingrained that many Depression survivors maintained emergency preparations throughout their lives, long after economic recovery. Grandmother kept a suitcase packed until the day she died in 1992, recalled Tom Whitaker about his grandmother, who had lived through bank runs in 1931. She insisted every family member memorize a meeting location if things fell apart again. She maintained a pantry that could feed 20 people for months. When we cleaned out her apartment, we found gold coins sewn into the lining of her winter coat. The Depression never ended in her mind. When we examine the Depression beyond economic statistics, we discover how profoundly it transformed everyday routines and practices. Necessity forced innovation in ways that fundamentally reshaped American domestic life. Perhaps the most remarkable transformation happened in kitchens across America. Cooking practices that had been trending toward convenience foods in the 1920s reversed dramatically. Women who had never baked bread found themselves studying their grandmother's recipes. Complex systems for food preservation emerged in urban apartments never designed for such activities. Evelyn Carruthers, who managed a household in Baltimore, described this culinary revolution. "Before 29, I bought baker's bread and canned vegetables without thinking. After my husband's pay was cut by 2/3, I had to relearn everything. I converted our fire escape into a cooling rack for bread. I learned to make 5 different meals from a single chicken. Nothing was wasted. Potato peels became soup stock, and meat bones were boiled repeatedly. We strained the bacon grease and used it for cooking throughout the week." This culinary transformation wasn't merely about frugality. It represented a fundamental change in how Americans related to their food. The direct involvement in food production created new relationships with ingredients and nutrition. Despite financial hardship, many Depression survivors reported that their diets improved in quality as they replaced processed foods with scratch cooking. Home maintenance underwent similar reinvention. The service economy that had begun emerging in the 1920s collapsed as families could no longer afford repairmen, cleaners, or delivery services. This scenario necessitated a massive reskilling of the American population, particularly among middle-class men who had specialized professionally but now needed to become generalists. Robert Thornhill, who had worked as an accountant in Chicago, exemplified this transition. "Before the crash, I called professionals for everything: electricians, plumbers, carpenters. After losing my position, I couldn't afford 15 cents for a streetcar fare, let alone dollars for repairs. I traded accounting help to a hardware store owner for tools and manuals. I rewired our lighting, fixed the toilet, and rebuilt our kitchen table. My father had been a farmer who could fix anything, skills I'd dismissed as unnecessary in modern times. The Depression brought me back to his world with humility. This reskilling extended beyond maintenance to a complete reimagining of household objects. Americans developed ingenious systems for repurposing items that would otherwise be discarded. Flour sacks became dresses, car tires became shoe soles, newspapers became insulation, and cardboard was transformed into furniture reinforcement. Martha Simmons, who grew up in Tulsa, recalled her mother's ingenuity. Mum turned old wool coats into children's clothing. She unravelled worn-out sweaters to reknit the yarn into socks. But her most extraordinary creation was our new living room set. She couldn't afford upholstery. She needed fabric, so she gathered burlap coffee sacks from local shops, dyed them with walnut husks to achieve a consistent colour, and refinished our worn-out furniture. She stuffed the cushions with unravelled cotton from worn-out mattresses. Guests complimented our rustic decor, never realising it was born of desperation. Transportation underwent perhaps the most visible transformation. The automobile, which had become central to American identity in the 1920s, was now often unaffordable to operate. Families who kept their cars developed elaborate systems to extend their utility, adding cargo platforms to carry goods, converting sedans into pickup trucks by removing rear sections, and modifying engines to burn lower quality fuels. Many families returned to pre-automotive transportation. Urban bicycle usage surged. Alan Parker, who delivered groceries in Philadelphia, noted, "By 1932 the streets had changed completely. For weeks at a time, people parked their cars up on blocks to reduce tyre wear. Meanwhile, bicycles were everywhere, often carrying entire families. I saw a father pedalling with his wife on the handlebars and 2 children on the back fender. People rigged incredible trailers to bikes for moving larger items." Leisure activities were similarly reinvented. Commercial entertainment, movies, clubs, and sports events became unaffordable luxuries for many. In response, Americans rediscovered participatory entertainment. Community singing, amateur theatricals, and storytelling circles experienced unexpected revivals. Board games enjoyed unprecedented popularity, with families often making their own versions of commercial games. The Depression also forced reconsideration of living arrangements. Extended families consolidated into shared housing, creating new intergenerational dynamics. In urban areas, apartment sharing became common among unrelated adults, creating ad hoc family structures that pooled resources and distributed household labour. Margaret Wilson, who shared a Chicago apartment with 5 other women, described these arrangements. "We each contributed what we could. Helen worked part-time as a secretary and provided most of our cash income. With my sewing machine still in working order, I made clothes for everyone. Dorothy had trained as a nurse and handled medical needs. We developed a system as precise as any factory, schedules for cooking, cleaning, and job hunting. We weren't relatives, but necessity made us closer than many families." Perhaps most significant was the transformation of time itself. The standardized workday, which had been increasingly normalized in the 1920s, disintegrated for many Americans. Work, when available, might come at any hour. The unemployed developed elaborate routines to provide structure to days no longer defined by workplace schedules. William Harrington, laid off from Pittsburgh's steel mills, described this temporal shift. "After 3 months without work, I realized time was becoming my enemy. Empty hours bred despair, so I created a schedule as rigid as the mills. Up at 5:30, breakfast, job hunting until noon. Afternoons for repair work or gardening. I dedicate my evenings to reading in order to enhance my skills. On Sundays, I dedicate myself to church and spending time with my family. It wasn't about efficiency, it was about maintaining sanity when the clock no longer ruled my life." This reinvention of daily routines wasn't merely adaptation, it represented a profound cultural shift in how Americans related to material goods, services, and time itself. The Depression forced a nationwide reassessment of needs versus wants, durability versus disposability, and self-reliance versus specialization. These values would influence consumption patterns and domestic practices for decades after economic recovery. The Depression is famous for individual hardships, but its most impressive story may be how communities devised survival strategies that changed American social organization. Together, these responses provided resilience where individual efforts failed. Highly sophisticated neighborhood support systems arose. Informal communication networks convey information about jobs, assistance programs, and local credit providers in metropolitan areas. These networks spanned ethnic and religious divides by using tenement hallways, laundry lines, and front stoops to spread information. Before the crash, the Jewish families in our building barely spoke to the Italian families 2 floors down, said Williamsburg resident Sarah Goldstein. Mrs. Esposito and my mother ran a soup pot for both families in 1931. After learning about the warehouse job, Mr. Esposito informed my father. Old boundaries fell because survival demanded cooperation. Mrs. Esposito lit candles with us on Friday nights because we were family, not because she was Jewish. Community cohesion led to practical assistance systems. Organic childcare cooperatives let parents switch job hunting days. Tool libraries let neighbours share expensive gear. Urban vacant sites become fertile land with communal gardens. The Depression also saw formal mutual help organisations grow. Many histories focus on government relief programmes, although community-based structures delivered faster and more culturally relevant aid. Religious, fraternal and ethnic benefit societies extended their roles to meet economic requirements. The black fraternal group Prince Hall Masons exhibited this expansion. Detroit Lodge officer Thomas Washington said, "Our organisation traditionally provides burial benefits and social connections. We became a job office, food distribution centre and housing referral agency overnight during the Depression. Every working brother supported the unemployed. When the economy failed, our community retained dignity." Labour unions expanded beyond workplace activism to provide overall support. The International Ladies Garment Workers Union in New York sponsored health clinics, cooperative housing, and adult education. Michigan United Auto Workers Unemployment Councils organised direct action to avoid evictions. Later UAB leader Walter Reuther remembered early Depression-era activities. Hundreds of workers blocked the sheriff when a family received an eviction notice. Then we'd negotiate lower rent or payment schedules with the landlord. We'd return the family's possessions after authorities left if eviction was inevitable. Now we fought for community survival, not pay. Rural communities established unique mutual help systems. Besides advocacy, the Grange coordinated seed exchanges, equipment sharing and labour pooling. Farmers formed communal lending circles based on European and African customs when bank failures devastated the conventional credit system. Transformations were especially profound in churches. Religion became aid distribution, employment and housing coordinators in addition to spiritual assistance. When public education funds fell, church basements became schools. Religious communities that had focused on spirituality now addressed material concerns directly. Before the Depression, charity was a minor part of our ministry, said Dayton First Methodist Church pastor Michael Thompson. We turned our refuge into a nighttime dormitory by 1932. Our Sunday school classes became healthcare clinics with volunteer nurses. We broadened Christian responsibility from spirits to bodies. Theological consequences were huge. We couldn't preach about paradise while neglecting earthly misery. The cross-cutting aspect of these community systems was significant. Organisations that serviced ethnic, religious or occupational groups expanded their reach. The result opened up social relationships across boundaries. Intentional communities planned cooperative living arrangements that pooled resources to foster security grew during the Depression. These included official ventures like West Virginia's Arthurdale community and spontaneous settlements like unemployed workers' cooperative camps outside major towns. According to Joseph Collins, who founded a cooperative camp outside Seattle, 60 families erected shelters from salvaged materials on vacant ground. We had sanitation, education, and food production committees like a little town. Everyone contributed skills. A fired teacher taught kids. Restaurant veterans ran our shared kitchen. We printed labour-backed scrip. It was more than survival. We were developing an alternative to the failed economy. These villages were social and economic innovation labs. Many tried cooperative ownership, labour exchange, and non-monetary economies to replace capitalism. Most of these attempts were absorbed into mainstream economic institutions, but they shaped American community organisation. Community structures generated psychological resilience that individuals couldn't, most notably. Mutual aid participants had lower depression and suicide rates than those who struggled alone. Community responses brought meaning to suffering that may have seemed useless. Chicago settlement house worker Margaret Wilson said, Community connections kept spirits alive. A huge psychological difference existed between unemployed men who joined our workers' council and those who stayed alienated. Meaning and perseverance came from shared hardship. The council members endured hunger and pain with friends, not shamefully alone. These collective survival structures challenged American individualism greatly. They showed that interdependence, not self-reliance, determined economic disaster survivability. Long after the Depression, this lesson shaped social policy and community organising. The Great Depression affected almost all Americans, although some events are forgotten. Black Americans suffered greatly during the Depression, but conventional narratives rarely mention it. Already discriminated against in work, housing and education, black communities saw the Depression as a worsening of their poverty. Atlanta domestic worker Lillian Thompson characterised this continuity. Whites discussed the Depression like it ended the world. Historically, coloured people were economically insecure. Last hired, first dismissed was our norm. We lost even our minimal security. My spouse and I saved $400 for a house. When Citizens Trust Bank failed, that money vanished. No government officials worried about black banks like they did white ones. Black agricultural workers suffered most in rural areas. In addition to chronic debt from sharecropping, they faced falling cotton prices and agricultural mechanisation. Mechanical cotton pickers eliminated thousands of jobs in the 1930s when alternatives were scarce. This agricultural displacement spurred the great migration of black Americans to northern cities, where housing discrimination forced them into overcrowded, poor dwellings. Many New Deal initiatives helped Americans find housing, but redlining excluded black neighbourhoods. Indigenous populations experienced the Depression through a complicated mix of economic breakdown and colonial policy. The failure of the cash economy had less of an impact on traditional subsistence tribes than on non-natives. Those forced into wage labour by previous government legislation were especially vulnerable. Joseph Blackhawk, an Omaha tribal member who worked in Nebraska meatpacking facilities, said, "Government schools and reservation regulations destroyed our grandparents' land-based abilities." Many of us relied on wage work that disappeared during the Depression. The transformation of our hunting grounds into farms and our plant-gathering sites into paved areas prevented us from reverting to our ancient customs. The simultaneous failure of both systems put us between worlds. The 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, despite its promotion as a progressive reform, resulted in increased economic dependency during the Depression. Constitutions that prioritize resource exploitation have reformed tribes, promoting outside interests over indigenous communities. Mexican Americans in the Southwest had particular Depression problems. Large producers slashed wages drastically, but still demanded hard work when crop prices plummeted. Mexican and Mexican-American workers faced violent suppression and deportation due to their organizing efforts. The federal government's repatriation plans demonstrate economic distress and racial targeting. About 60% of the 1 to 2 million Mexican Americans deported or pushed to leave the US between 1929 and 1936 were US citizens. The result was one of the largest forced migrations in American history, frequently without legal procedure. Elena Ramirez, whose family was deported to Mexico in 1932, said, "Immigration agents encircled our Los Angeles neighborhood and loaded everyone onto trucks. The fact that my brother and I were born in California and held American citizenship did not matter. We only had a few hours to pack. My father worked at the same factory for 9 years. Our church, school, and friends vanished overnight. We landed in Mexico as strangers. 20 years after my parents departed, we were considered pochos, neither Mexican nor American." Urban Americans rarely saw the hardship of rural white populations in Appalachia and the Ozarks. Economic deterioration in these areas began before 1929 owing to resource extraction and changing agricultural markets. The Depression sank economically marginalized groups into deep poverty. These regions emphasized the difference between deserving and undeserving poor. New Deal initiatives favored recent middle-class dropouts over multi-generational poor. Such multi-tiered assistance schemes occasionally excluded the most desperate. Disability during Depression is another underestimated pain factor. Family support systems and philanthropic institutions crumbled, putting Americans with disabilities in unparalleled hardship. When demand for disabled American services expanded, financial cuts deteriorated their facilities. A Massachusetts State Psychiatric Hospital's Dr. Margaret Chen observed this decline. We were understaffed and underfunded before the crash. After state budgets fell, circumstances were terrible. Our patient base increased while staff shrank by a third. Food quality plummeted, treatment became confinement. We ran out of resources during acute illness. So many individuals who could have recovered were institutionalized for life. Depression devastated carefully developed support systems for physically challenged Americans living freely. When informal helpers focused on their own survival, disabled people who had retained autonomy through community networks were forced into institutionalization. The Depression produced new disability categories. Childhood malnutrition caused lifelong developmental problems. Safety requirements were abandoned to minimize costs, increasing workplace accidents. Depression-related psychological trauma caused untreated mental health issues. How economic disaster affected youth is often forgotten in depression accounts. Schools in various locations cut academic years or shuttered due to budget limitations. Child labour, which had been falling for decades, rose as families required cash from everyone. Malnutrition at key development had lifelong physical and cognitive damage. Helen Morrison, a rural Kentucky teacher, saw these changes. Planting and harvest attendance was intermittent before the catastrophe. Many children vanished by 1932. I found them working full-time at anything they could find when I visited their homes. Some families had broken up, with children living with relatives or neighbours, while parents looked for jobs. Many of my students lost the idea of infancy as a protected period of development. These forgotten depression scenes show how economic disaster deepened social divisions. While popular narratives highlight shared pain that linked Americans, these forgotten tales show how crises reinforced race, region, aptitude, and age hierarchies. The Great Depression created enduring legacies that shaped American society for generations in ways few could have predicted. These influences transformed behaviours and attitudes that would persist long after economic recovery. The most visible legacy was Americans' relationship with financial risk. Depression survivors developed what marketers later called depression syndrome, financial behaviours that prioritise security over opportunity, even when economically irrational. Millionaires who had survived bank failures maintained multiple modest accounts rather than consolidated ones. Successful professionals refused mortgages despite having ample income. Families stockpiled necessities due to concerns about future shortages. Dorothy Klein, a consumer researcher in the 1950s, noted that conventional advertising could not persuade depression survivors. They evaluated purchases through a trauma lens. I interviewed a doctor who kept 25 pounds of coffee in his pantry. When coffee was rationed during the war, he'd developed anxiety about shortages. 20 years later, despite abundant supplies, he maintained this buffer against a threat that no longer existed. This security-oriented mindset was passed down to children raised by depression survivors. The silent generation and early baby boomers inherited their parents' risk aversion, despite growing up in unprecedented prosperity. This generational transmission of financial trauma influenced banking, housing, and retail sectors for decades, as these sectors unknowingly catered to customers whose decision-making was influenced by psychological patterns formed during the 1930s. The Depression fundamentally altered Americans' relationship with government. Before 1929, most citizens had minimal interaction with federal agencies. By 1940, government had become an everyday presence through relief programs, employment projects, and regulatory frameworks. This created expectations that transcended traditional political divisions. Frank Holloway, who administered WPA projects in Tennessee, noted, "Before the Depression, mentioning I worked for the federal government drew suspicion. By 1936, people welcomed me because I represented jobs and assistance. People who philosophically opposed government interference now expect government solutions. This evolution wasn't about liberal or conservative, it was at a fundamental recalibration of what government was for." Cultural expressions underwent profound transformation. The arts developed dual impulses that seemed contradictory, but often existed within the same works. Unflinching documentation of suffering alongside escapist entertainment. The documentary tradition emerged in photography, Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, and literature, Steinbeck, Wright, while escapism flourished in Hollywood musicals and superhero comics. Playwright Arthur Miller explained this duality. The theatre swung between agitprop realism and pure fantasy. What endured were works that somehow managed both, acknowledging suffering while suggesting transcendence. Audiences needed both truth and hope, reality and possibility. The Depression created a generation that approached community building with deliberate intention. Having experienced how economic disaster could isolate individuals, many survivors became what sociologists later called intentional neighbours, deliberately cultivating community connections as insurance against future hardship. The explosion of civic organisations in post-Depression America, from PTAs to neighbourhood associations, reflected this impulse. While often viewed as expressions of 1950s conformity, these organisations actually represented lessons learned from 1930s isolation. Perhaps most profound was the Depression's impact on Americans' relationship with work itself. Employment became more than an economic necessity, it became psychological validation. The experience of involuntary joblessness created lasting associations between work and identity that influenced retirement patterns for decades. To Samuel Weinstein, who studied aging in the 1970s, found Depression survivors approached retirement differently than subsequent generations. They often couldn't articulate why continued work felt essential. One successful businessman told me, "I know I don't need the money, but I need to be needed." Their concern wasn't about income, but about avoiding the psychological state of uselessness they had experienced during unemployment decades earlier. Looking back, many aspects of American life we take for granted, from social security to bank deposit insurance, emerged directly from Depression experiences. These institutional responses to catastrophe became so normalized that their origins and crisis were forgotten, their existence seemingly natural rather than a response to specific historical trauma. What remains most remarkable about the Depression's legacy is how it demonstrated both human vulnerability and resilience simultaneously. It revealed how quickly prosperity could vanish and how fragile social structures could prove. Yet it also showed how communities could adapt and societies could reimagine themselves in response to catastrophe. As Depression survivor Eleanor Winthrop reflected, what stayed with me wasn't the hardship itself, but the discovery of what humans could withstand and create from ruins. We lost our innocence about economic security, but gained wisdom about human connection. The disappearance of the money did not diminish the value of the ingenious adaptations, extraordinary kindnesses, and communities forged in struggle that replaced it. The paradox of catastrophe is that it takes with one hand but gives with the other, and sometimes the gifts outlast the losses. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor on compromising and truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, The boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power, interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome. threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher-emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, an infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticised Faustina for her independent demeanour, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the Empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star, even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert. Summoning Commodus for a last conference, he emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the Empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the Empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences, who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present.